to a new episode of TCH Live. We're featuring Fireman Scott's PLO. Fireman Scott's a local player from Houston. Good guy, former fireman, veteran. He's one of our regular players in Houston. Loves to fire up the action.
What up, what up?
Runs a great game. Today's episode will be brought to you by the letters P, D, and B. Scott, what does that mean?
Pot that bitch.
That's right. Anybody from Houston or basically from Texas knows that is pot that bitch. And I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight. Should be a lot of fun. Here we go.
There's a repeat or something I can hear. You got to turn that off, I think. Man, I can't believe you made me cuss right away. Dude, I was supposed to... Where's that sound coming from? Oh, it's mine?
Sorry about the technical difficulties. Scott had the YouTube playing on his phone. We couldn't figure out what was going on.
I was blaming you, bro.
All right, so we got MJ calling with pocket queens here.
Okay, so I sat down at the table, and I folded 3 hands. We're on a 15-minute delay, just to let y'all know. I'm Fireman Scott. That's me in the 1 seat. I folded 3 hands, and I came back here to help Mike introduce the game. Ooh, MJ, top set.
Top set flopped, yep.
And top pair for Howard with backdoored spades. And my boy Howard,
he
don't like to fold.
Yeah, there's a gutter ball here.
Yeah. Dude, about the cussing. So the guy right next to me in the 2 seat, Alan, he's one of the main chatters, or he's one of the, I guess, the TCH Live chat regulars. And so he's real excited to play on the stream today. And the reason I said I shouldn't cuss too much is because his 3 kids are watching. He told me they're big fans. Queen's full there.
Yeah, Queen's full on the turn. Howard's still got top pair.
Well, now Howard has top 2 pair. He's definitely going to go broke on this one.
Yeah, he's fortunate that he didn't hit the running spades, actually. He fires out. He fired on the flop, too. Just got called by the queens.
He's going to call here, though. No, he folded. Good fold, Howard. Yeah, but Alan in the 2 seat, hello to his kids, Declan, Jameson, and Anna. That's what I told him. I said, I'll start cleaning up my act now that I know that your kids are watching.
Now that you know little kids are tuning in.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, myself, Fireman Scott, I'm in the 1 seat. We got Alan from Austin in the 2 seat. I've never played with him before, but those were his kids. Hey, kids, your dad's going to do well tonight, I'm sure. We also have Doug, who I've played. Doug is in the 3 seat, and Doug Baxley. I've played poker with him for over 10 years. He's a real aggressive player, and when he gets hot or when he gets behind, either way, his gear is usually aggression.
Yeah.
He can be a fun player to watch and a fun player to play with.
But that said, he absolutely knows what he's doing. Doug's a pretty sharp. I'm sorry. Yeah, Doug Baxley's a pretty sharp player.
For sure. Yeah, he does know what he's doing. Like I said, it's over 10 years I've been playing this game with him. Next to him is Howard, also from Houston. I'm not sure how long Howard's been playing poker, but good buddy of mine, good dude.
Stops into the club every now and again, hit or miss on Howard, but we love seeing him whenever he does come in.
Yeah, and then next to him is Will, another Austin guy who he mostly plays on the Hold'em streams, but he graced us with his presence. I begged him to come play with us today, so Will's playing with us. And then next to him we got All-Star. Y'all remember MJ from the last one, Mr. 95% VPIP, and
wow.
I think he's going to do it again tonight.
95%. That's incredible.
Yep.
I've seen you started out with some beautiful hands so far. I think you had Jack 9 5 deuce rainbow. I'm not sure hands get much worse than that.
Doug and Howard both flopped a flush on here.
Yeah, we got a middle flush and we got a queen
Everett
flush,
flopped the nut
and
flush.
We have Everett with the nuts.
I didn't even see that. Yeah. Wow, 3 people flopping a flush.
3 huge flushes. This could get big fast.
Yeah, Doug's gonna get away probably, but Howard, he's got the second nut flush draw or the second nut flush here.
Don't see any redraws, nothing live. Nobody has a mirror or anything like that.
What do you bet there? 3 something?
I think I heard 400 total. Oh no, 325. Yep. So Scott, tell us a little bit about how do people find you online? I know you just had a TikTok video that you had like over 100,000 views overnight.
110,000 views on my TikTok, which, look, in my household, my wife has millions of views on TikTok.
Oh, really?
So I'm not even the most famous person in my house.
Yeah.
But it makes me feel good. You know, when you've been doing social media and YouTube videos and Instagram stories and TikTok videos for over a year, it feels good to get one where, you know, a lot of people saw it.
Well, and a lot of times that's a launching point. I mean, I know like Wes Cutshaw played at the club a lot. He's taking a break right now, but I mean, you know, Wes's first couple of videos didn't pop, and then he had the one do 50K, and then after that it was like he just took off. So hopefully, I'm really hoping to see the same thing with you because you're a great personality, and also Scott is totally giving person, always helping people out, and just great to have at the club. So I would obviously love to see him blow up.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Looks like we got a straddle on. I think it's 20 maybe.
Well, no, here's the deal. We have a $6 mandatory straddle under the gun, and then another guy I haven't introduced yet is my boy Joe Cafaro. I call him Josephus. I'm a good nickname maker-upper.
I know, Josie.
Josephus is a great name, right? People used to call him Joe Coffee, and that's not his name.
That's
He's looking at me right there.
it's
All right,
strong.
yeah, his name is Joe Cafaro. He's from Houston. And I played with him, again, like Doug, over 10 years. Great guy.
Also, like Doug, I've seen Joe. I mean, he goes on mad runs, destroys tables. I mean, but Joe's another guy who his range will open up big if he's hitting or if he's behind. If he's losing, I've noticed he actually tightens up, you know, almost the opposite of Doug. But yeah, he's been on a tear lately. I don't want to jinx him, but he has just been running over games.
Actually, Doug and Joe both.
Oh,
Doug and
really?
Joe both have really been killing it lately. Yeah, and I've been playing with them both about the same amount of time, and they're both exactly what you said, capable of either winning a huge number or what's up, or at least firing up some action, even when they're losing. And then Everett in the 10 seat, 9 or 10 seat. I don't know him. He's another Austin guy, but I hope to get his chips.
Yeah, the good news is I came down here knowing that there are going to be 4 Houston players, which I was excited about because I play with you guys a fair amount. I kind of know your games, and it's just fun to do this for people you know. But, yeah, I love that I actually know most of the Austin players. That'll make it, you know, that much better.
Yeah, it'll make it a fun stream for you.
So far, we got
I don't think there's going to be much action with
Yeah,
these
I
hands
mean-
on the ace-jack board.
I would hope that there's not a lot of action on that pot, but, you know.
But, yeah, if I would appreciate anybody who's not following me on social media to do so. On Instagram, it's Fireman Scott Fireman _ Scott 99. Same thing on TikTok, and then just Fireman Scott on YouTube. I have a lot of Facebook friend requests, but I rarely accept them all. You know? I just kind of go through, and if I'm on Facebook, I'll click yes. I don't pay much attention to that.
Yeah, Scott's been on some sick runs, though, yourself. I mean, I remember just hearing about a couple of them, honestly. Even before I really knew you, I'd heard about Fireman Scott and some of the games you'd played in. I know my buddy Pat Walsh played with you maybe a couple times, months and months and months back now, maybe even over a year at Prime. You know, but tell us about that. I mean, what's kind of the sickest sort of run you've ever been on? Kind of that big bankroll builder sort of.
Well, I've had a lot of stories with my style. I am able, especially if I'm running really hot and I'm having a good night, I can really run over. I mean, there's some kind of legendary stories around Houston where I won over 70K in a 1-3 PLO game. You know, I've won.
How long did that take?
That was it was mostly one big pot. I mean, we played all night long, and
Oh, this is one night. I thought you meant like a period of time. You
No.
won 70K overnight.
yeah, in a
Oh my
one
God.
session in a 1-3 PLO game. And there's been a couple of rooms in Houston where they've literally ran out of chips where I've won all the chips in the room.
Oh, wow.
So I've done that a few times. You know, I don't play Super GTO. I play. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I don't
No,
wanna
it's
mess
fine. We
this
got
up.
MJ with the third nut flush draw. We got Joe C in there with a pair of 10s. He's out. Doug is open-ended. Just hit a straight.
Yeah, Doug made it straight.
Doug turned his straight. We'll see what he does here. It's the bottom end, sometimes called the dumb end. But I think Doug probably had him on a set there the way the action went, so he's going to go ahead and fire. Now, MJ still got the flush draw.
Man, that's a rough spot for Doug. There's a bigger straight and a paired board now.
Yeah, that's a good scare card for Doug.
That's only 200, though. He's going to call that.
He's going to call 200 to see that. I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice
Take it down.
hand, Doug.
Yeah, good call by Doug there. I think some people watching at home might go, whoa, why is that an insta-call for 200? But I think that Scott and I both know, and we both played in these games enough, we just know the action, how it flows, and, yep, that's a quick call the way that hand played out, especially for Doug.
Yeah, I know a lot of times when people are watching, sometimes they're like, how did you call so quickly? It's, well, there's certain rivers where you already know on the turn, I'm going to be moving all in or potting this river, or I'm going to be folding this river, or I'm check calling this river. Your decision's already made. So
yeah, and I can imagine Doug in that spot is thinking, if it's not a heart, my money's going. I'm going to call any bet he makes.
Yeah, against a really loose, aggressive player like MJ, as soon as the board paired on the river, Doug's just in check call mode.
Yeah, that's Mr. 95% VPIP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. TCH Live, I got somebody asking, TCH Live, does Scott have the chat up? Nick from Yuma, if you want to say something to Scott, I'm watching the chat, and I'll be happy to reply for him.
Nick from Yuma, what's up, brother? Nick's always one of the guys in the chat room.
All right.
I can't really see it myself from here, but
it's yeah, Nick from Yuma. He said hi to me first, and then he made a comment like WTF, somebody folding the second nuts, but now he's asking about Scott.
What's up, Nick? Good to see you, brother.
I like the reference, Nick Papa Georgia from Yuma. I like it a lot.
Dude, look at my chips just sitting there. I'm gonna have to get back.
Yeah, no, I know you are. I was actually about to say I wish that they would throw it on the spot, just so that we could see you fold like ace, king 10 double suited right now, and just watch your eyes here explode.
All right, I'm gonna go back out there. We've got some booze coming, so they'll take care of you. Somebody's bringing some booze back here too.
Booze is on the way.
We're gonna fire up this table, and I'll come back and have a drink.
Make sure everybody takes good care of Chris, who went to get it. I gave 100, so I should have a lot of change. Give him 10 or 20 out of mine.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say we'll use your money to take care of it.
Oh yeah, great, wonderful.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hope the action's good. Yeah. Hi Tia. Hi Atticus. Love everybody.
Yeah.
See y'all soon.
Scott's got Atticus at home, his young son, who I kind of follow on Facebook, and looks like he's going to be a lot to handle in the future. Thanks, Scott. All right, so we got Everett flopping open-ended here. Open into the nuts, but not a club in his hand. We got MJ with a gut shot to the nuts. Let's see, do we have any heart draws? We don't have anybody with hearts, so we're basically in the same spot as the flop. Howard has ace-king, currently the best hand. Two quick calls there. Kind of surprised about the super quick call for the gutter ball, but, tells us a lot about the game that we're watching. Howard makes trip kings. I'm sorry, trip aces with king stick. 200 fired. Really a strong bet there, open-ended, whenever that ace paired the board, but insta-called with the queens there, so that's it's a heck of a call. It's funny why Scott was in here. He was fiending to get in there. I know he's just every hand he was dying to get back out there. The guy loves the game. I've met very few people with the passion he has for PLO. and for poker in general. Just loves being in the room, loves playing the game, and I think he seemed like he actually really enjoyed just coming back here and commentating a few hands. All right, we got a raise to 30 and a call by Josephus. All right, Josie flops a pair of kings. Everett a pair of sevens, and MJ flops ace with the queen stick, playing the king-queen. It's going to put MJ well in the lead, about 75-25. Three, nobody picked up the club draw, so MJ's even further in the lead at this point. And Joe C comes from way behind on the river to hit the king. He will take down a small pot. Like I said earlier, that's just how Joe's been running. He has been killing the game lately. But like I also said, player definitely knows what he's doing. For anyone watching at home that isn't super familiar with pot limit, I'll just tell you. To calculate the pot at any time, what you do is take the last bet times 3 and then add the trail. Now what that means is if there's 120 in the pot, say, and somebody bets $20, the next person can make it 3 times 20, so 60, plus the 120 in the pot, making it $180. But it's always the last bet times 3 plus the trail. So for instance, here, the opening bet, because the $6 straddle is on, is 18 plus 3 plus 1. But the one's going to be an implied 3, so the opening bet's going to be $25 if someone wants to bet pot right off, or as we say in Houston, pot dat bitch. Doug picked up a real nice hand, 10-jack, queen, ace, 10-jack suited. He's got pocket queens right next to him from Howard. He limps in there for 30 bucks. Oh, I'm sorry, Howard raises to $30 with the queens. He's got queens double suited. All right. Just as I just explained, the first bet would be 25. The dealer just said he was incorrect. He let 30 go, but once there's action behind, any substantial action, the bet will stand. As you can see, there were 2 folds and a call, so the 30 will stay. All right, Doug flops top 2 with a gut shot to the nuts. Howard still has pocket queens. And Everett picked up the nut diamond draw. That's actually going to put Doug and Everett nearly even. Although it's more of a disparity than I thought. I see on the screen now it's 54-36. I would have guessed about 60-40. Everett repots on the nut draw. And Doug insta-calls with jacks and 10s. He's going to be ahead about 60-40. King on the turn. King on the turn would have given Doug the straight, nut straight. Diamond misses on the run out, and Doug's going to scoop a nice pot. He's going to go plus 855 on that one. Looks like Mike Youngblood, the regular commentator on TCH Live, as he chimed into the chat, said, "Hey Major, if I get off early, I'll jump in with you." That would be a lot of fun for sure. Nick from Yuma is a little criticism. I love it. He says limping, limping, limping. And we got a shout out from David Brawler II. He's shout out, what's up TCH Live? He's shouting out from South Korea. How cool is that? We got a David tuning in from South Korea. Great to have you, and thanks for watching. Eric Peterson, a regular player at TCH Houston, chimed in and said, "Are they doing the unlimited straddle on the button, Major?" What he's making reference to is we did a version of PLO the other day at TCH Houston that, sorry for the profanity, I know that there are a couple of kids watching, but it was called Fuck It PLO, and that was, we allowed unlimited straddles on the button, and literally it was 50 to 200 on the button every single hand. One of the biggest PLO games you could imagine. All right, we got Howard Cullen here with Queen 9-10-4 double suited. Howard's definitely exposing. He's definitely given to the double suited hands, I've noticed. He'll call a large range as long as there's two suits in his hand. That can be extremely valuable or extremely dangerous, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out tonight. We got a 3-bet to 85 with King 9 and a pair of threes double suited. That's an aggressive 3-bet for certain. Howard calls. Fortunately for Howard and for Everett, neither of their suits cross over, so they're not gonna go to war too much. And MJ 4-bets reopens pot to $370. We don't know MJ's cards yet, but I would be very interested to see at this point. Everett pushes his stack with a pair of threes and King 9 double suited. A lot of aggression in this game for sure. Howard's all in for 334. He's in a rough spot here. He doesn't know how bad, considering that MJ has Queen 9 of diamonds, so he has his diamonds blocked. He has his Queen 9, and he has pretty much all of his straight draws, or most of his straight draws covered in his hand. At this point, it's almost a coin flip on who's going to win this hand. Three-way coin flip, that is. All right, no club draws. We got a couple of straight draws live now. Still no clubs. Howard shows a pair of tens. Everett did have clubs, 9-3 clubs. I apologize, it wasn't on my screen. I did not see that. So Everett's going to take down the main pot. Going to be a nice come up for him for sure. Howard pretty fortunate there to escape with any part of that pot, considering the position he was in pre-flop and considering the run out. All right, good to see Fireman Scott sitting back down at the table. Always entertaining. If you want to follow Scott again, you can find him on YouTube. Just type in Fireman Scott or Fireman Scott Poker, and you'll find him in a second. He's on Instagram. I know he's kind of blowing up on TikTok, over 100,000 views on his last video. I'm sure he would love to. Sure, he'd love to have you follow him, and he's definitely interactive. Likes to talk to and BS with his fans. So If you enjoy his game or you enjoy Pot Limit Omaha, he's a lot of fun to watch. His videos encompass a lot more than just poker. He talks about the mindset. He talks about being in good physical shape for long sessions. Definitely an interesting guy. All right, interesting hand here. We got MJ with 4 straight cards. We got William with Ace King double suited. William flopped the nut flush draw with the Ace 6 of spades. And we got Doug flopping a set of deuces. Set of deuces. A set is always obviously the worst set to flop. Is always going to be a set of deuces, but particularly in PLO, it puts you in a dangerous position. William goes ahead and fires out with the nut draw. And I say it's dangerous. In Hold'em, you love to flop that bottom set. I mean, a lot of times somebody has an overpair, whatever, and you're just going to snap them off. Here, every draw is live, and not only that, but not only is every draw live, but you know, the idea of an overset is just always got to be there, present in your mind. And we got William betting 215 now, still on the nut draw. Yeah, he's also got a gut shot to a 5. We had 2 5s folded, though. Another one in Everett's hand. That's going to make it real tough to hit. So William is almost drawing just to the spades. We got Everett thinking about it a long time with the 7 high draw. He also had a 6 to hit his straight. Doug agreed to run it twice with a set. It's a good move whenever you're this far ahead. Running it twice makes a lot of sense. We had 5-7 of spades folded. That would have snapped Doug right off there with that 6, but turned out good for him. Doug runs pure on both. He's going to take a set, and he's going to have 2s full. It's going to scoop a big pot. So that's 2 pots, 2 good-sized pots Doug's picked up. He's plus 407 there, plus 855 on the last one. Got to think that puts Doug about 12 and a half ahead at this point. All right, Will's reloading now as Doug scoops in the chips. And so far, Houston's off to a good start in the Houston versus Austin battle here. It's kind of fun. We have 4 Houston players at the table, 4 Austin players at the table. It'll be interesting at the end of the night to see how we end up. All right, we got a shout out now from, I'm going to guess this is a joke, but it could be possibly not. In fact, I'm just going to guess it's a joke. I'm not even going to do the shout out. But we do have Aaron Swank asking, have to play 2 from the hand, correct? And that's one of the great things about PLO is it's really emerging. It's emerged around the country, and it's really getting bigger and bigger here in Houston. It's actually basically a daily game now. In Houston, I think they run it daily here in Austin. It's really blowing up in Texas. And even if they're not playing pure PLO, a lot of times they're doing round of each, where you got a no limit one round and Pot Limit Omaha the other round. But yes, it's always 2 from the hand, 3 from the board. And again, the betting, if you want to calculate that next pot, it's 3 times the last the last bet plus the trailers, which includes the pot. So we got some interesting hands here. We got Ace 5 suited with a pair of 5s for Doug. It's $74 to call right now. We have Ace 7 suited with a pair of 7s for Joe C, who 3-bet to 75. I love that his 6-7 suited there on the other side. Although he could run into a real problem if he hits Doug, hits those clubs. But on the bright side, it opens up some straight outs. And now we got Fireman Scott. He's got 10 jack suited, 10 jack off. That's jacks and 10s, 2 pair in his hand. And what that's going to do, I mean, looking at this board, and this is what's interesting about PLO from Hold'em compared to Hold'em sometime, is there is no clear favorite here. William gets in there, all in for 300 with queens, 10-8, double suited. He's definitely not going to like to see that Howard has the higher club draw, Doug has the higher club draw. Joe C's all in for 738 with clubs. So his clubs are basically dead. Joe C has him dominated on the hearts. Williams in a rough spot all in there. Now MJ's all in. We don't know his cards yet. This is a crazy pot. We have 4 all in so far. And it's 7:04 to Doug to call. Doug's been running red hot. He's already about 1,300 up in the game. It'll be interesting to see what he does here because the pot odds have gotten ridiculous. Ace-5-5-4 is not a super powerful hand here, but I actually expect Doug to call. The reason I expect it is he's thinking all the big cards are out. Suddenly a pair of 5s and a 4-5 in your hand and some wheel cards, plus you got the suited clubs. I expect a call here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a surprising fold from Doug. With those small cards in your hand and a 5-way all-in like this, a lot of times you're thinking, oh, man, small cards are live. All the big cards are locked up. Allen's hand is really hitting Scott here. He's got Jack-10. That's going to really limit his set outs. He's also got a pair of 9s, which limits his straight outs. Joe C should actually, yep, Joe C is in the lead with a pair of 7s, and he's got the nut draw, he's got the double club draw, and he has straight draws that are live. I do not see a lot of crossover straight-wise, although I can't see MJ's cards yet. But in a 5-way all-in like this, I'm sorry, 6-way all-in, there's just no telling. You know, William flops a set or, you know, just no telling what'll happen here. Straights are obviously wide open with several of these hands, but I'll tell you, in PLO, unlike Hold'em, one of the worst things can ever happen to you is to flop a straight. Yeah, and Scott just announced the table. I have no outs, and he's right. With William having queens, Howard has ace-king, the 9s are covered, Jack-10's covered. Scott is going to have a hard time winning this pot. Yeah, you flop a straight in PLO a lot of times, and you might as well just throw your cards in. You know you're dead. There'll be flush draws, any board pair, etc., etc. Hey, shout out to Eric Peterson. Eric Peterson said, Major, that's me, Mike Major, I'm the GM at Texas Card House Houston. Eric's one of our regular players there. He says, Major, get the TCH golf tournament together. You do have to play it down. Playing it down is a joke between us. We went out one day and conditions were rough, and we played kind of like winter rules, and we had a player in our group just come unhinged about us not playing the ball down, which wouldn't have made any sense anyway, and none of us are pros. So, but no, what Eric's referring to is he wants to set up a match, a golf tournament or a match between TCH Houston and TCH Austin. So, hey, I would love to get it together. I know we got Bo Redman at TCH Houston, who was a college All-American, played in Alabama. Would love to set that up. I think you get me and Bo on a team, and Austin's going to have a tough time beating us. I have no idea. I don't think Eric would probably make the cut, but we'd love to have you come out and support us if we get that match together. You'd make an excellent cart girl. Craig from TCH Houston says, great action, giving a shout out. Chris M, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to guess it might be Chris Moneymaker. He and I were on the phone earlier today, and I was trying to set up an interview with him throughout this live stream, but due to technical constraints at this time, we can't do that. I did talk to Ryan, one of the owners here at TCH Austin and TCH in general, who is in charge of the stream. He said he's going to work on that. It'd be really cool to have a World Series of Poker champion call in, you know, somebody like Chris or Moneymaker, or even some of the vloggers. Like, uh-oh, we got a queen flopped. But we also got Scott open-ended. The flop couldn't get any better for Scott. Diamonds. Who's got those diamonds? I know MJ does. I know Howard does. Howard's got the nut diamond draw. Crazy hand here. We should have a set of queens there. I believe Will in the middle had a set of queens. I don't see anything that beats him, so Will just rebought, though. I don't know how heavy he rebought, so they're working on the side pot right now. Wow. Justin Ace just took down one of the side pots. We got a set of nines going to the 2-seat. His kids are watching at home. Dad got a little bit of a pot, but he's not going to be thrilled with this end result. Will rebuys, comes back into the game fast, flops a set, and he's about to get a big pot. About 1,500 in the middle, if I'm not mistaken. So, seat 1, Scott, the fireman, coming in 500 behind. Probably felt pretty good about his hand, tens and jacks before the flop, but once he saw those other hands turn up, I'm sure Scott felt sick. And then Howard's going to come back in. I heard Scott say 500 reload. I haven't heard what Howard's coming back in for, but Howard's one of those players who can run red hot and just run over a game. Like I say, he's infrequent at Texas Card House Houston, but we love to have Howard in the room. Great guy. Andrew Florentino asked in the chat, if you have a pocket pair and it makes a straight with a 4-liner on the board, does that work? I'm not really familiar with the term 4-liner, but I'm going to go ahead and guess he means 4 to the straight. And no, it does not. You have to play 2 out of your hand, so say the board is 3, 4, 5, 6, and you have a pair of 7s, that does not make a straight. If it's 3, 4, 5, 6, and you have 7, 8, you're in great shape. You got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for the straight. Got to play 2 out of your hand to make the best 5-card hand. Looks like Howard reloaded for $300. And Will couldn't be any happier that he reloaded fast. Got those chips on the table. Probably the only thing he regrets is that he didn't reload for more, so he could have scooped a bigger pot. Good for Will for coming right back into the game and scooping a monster. Just got a text on my phone. I was asked, hey, Major, when are we going to hear some Brockmire? I'm probably not going to do any Jim Brockmire because I'd like to keep my job and marriage intact by the end of this string. But I do love the show. Check it out sometime. I think it's on Netflix. Just called Brockmire. It's about a commentator who is scorned by his cheating wife. I think cuckold's the right word. And I will not be doing any Brockmire impersonations tonight. We're up to 18 likes now on the live stream. Love to see that number get above 100. I think the last time I was here with Victor Leone from TCH Dallas, we got about 150, 160 likes. So, hey, I would love to see that number at least get over 100. PLO has definitely a smaller viewing audience at this time than Hold'em, but as I said earlier, it's a game that's growing in popularity rapidly, mainly due to its complexity. I think a lot of Hold'em players, not that they're bored, but you know, it's something different. It's a change of pace from playing 2 cards, and like I say, the complexity, just the nature of the game makes it pretty appealing to a lot of people. Not to mention the action gets huge, as we all just saw with 6-way pre-flop all in. And what that is, folks, you'll never see that in Hold'em. What that is that's guys knowing that, hey, with 4 cards, anything's live. So once those pot odds get good, they're putting their money in the middle. Still can't believe Doug folded last hand, but he's probably pretty happy he did at this point. All right, Joe C gets the check mark now. Definitely not what you'd call a monster hand, but pair of 9s with a 5 is good. And Joe C is a skilled player. He takes a look at the position. He fires to just go ahead and take it down. He very likely did not think his hand was actually good there. But hey, that's how good players do it. Yeah, Scott is currently recounting the discussion we just had. He literally ran, I want to say 500. I'd heard this story, but I thought it was over multiple sessions. Apparently one session overnight, $70,000 in a 1-3 Pot Limit Omaha game. Almost unbelievable, except for it's Houston legend, so I know it's true. You know, whenever you buy in and you make 140 times your buy-in overnight, you might have a talent for doing something. Allen had 6s and 5s. I saw the hand fast, just saw it flash. I think it was double suited. I'm surprised to see it folded so quickly. It was only a quarter, but you know, smart players sometimes look at that hand and they go, hey, I do not want to flop a set here. It's just going to get me in a whole lot of trouble. I've heard players with different rules. Some will say, hey, if it's not 8s or higher, I'm not calling. If it's not 9s or higher, etc. Here's a perfect example. Allen would have flopped a set of 5s. Club draws are live. Straight draws are lives. And, yeah, it would have been very difficult for him to know where he's at. So, even though he flopped a set, I doubt Allen's kicking himself too much. All right, it's 180 to Howard to call. He has a queen high flush draw. You know, running straight outs maybe. Wow, we get a push. Howard goes all in. He's clearly back in, hey, I'm going to rebuild mode. I understand that mode for sure. He just got flattened a hand ago, and or 2 hands ago, and he's going to try to make that stack grow. Something Howard does. I've seen this guy, you know, 2-3 buy-ins into a game, suddenly he has just a massive stack in front of him and he's controlling the table. So that's what he's shooting for here. He definitely has it going against him that Joe C has 3 clubs in his hand. Those are blockers, and it opens up Joe C's hand, makes it live. But Joe's still in a rough spot. I'd be surprised to see him call $274 right now. He's only into the pot for a quarter.
Raise here or full raise here for action to reopen.
Players had a question there. There are some casinos around the country where a half raise will reopen the action. That is not the standard rule, but they wanted to clarify because they're Houston players playing in Austin. The dealer correctly told them it's a full raise. Now we got Joe C. Wow. Pushing all in with King 10, 9 deuce, 3 clubs in his hand. This game is wide open. He's got, he has a straight draw with the 9-10, so he's got, you know, 8 outs to the nuts. But just looking at the the other hands there. You know, we got 2 queens out, so now he's at 6 out. There was a 7 folded pre-flop, so that gives him 5 outs. It's going to put Joe in a rough spot. In fact, he's coming in at just 16% all in. Everett calls all in. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's also a surprising all in with just top pair. It's definitely not where you want to be in this hand. I got to say, though, Howard's hand is looking better and better as this hand progresses. He's got the queen high flush draw. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he's got the 10 for a gut shot. So he's got some options here. Joe's in a very rough spot. And then MJ put his stack in there with just a gutter ball. Yeah, just a gutter ball. You know, he's got 1 over to the board, which right now, if he hit a queen, he would be behind anyhow because Joe C would make a straight. So he's going to be, his odds of winning, taking down this pot are nearly non-existent at this point. Howard's looking better and better. Whether he knows it or not, he's probably not feeling super comfortable with all this action, but Howard's hand, the value just keeps increasing. Got 2 side pots. As anyone could imagine, this game is tough on a dealer. All right, spade on the turn. That's going to... And a 10 on the river. So King Queen, I think I can't see the hands live on the screen right now, but I believe Howard had King Queen in his hand, so he's going to take down a straight. Take it down with a straight. Yep, and there they are. Howard has the check mark next to his name for $1,200. I'm sorry, $900. It's going to pump his stack up to $1,200. MJ, who had a 4% chance on the flop, actually takes down the side pots by hitting that gutter ball in the river for the 10. Yeah, 4% is accurate. He had a 1 in 25 chance. So yeah, like I said, pre-flop, I was liking Howard's hand more and more and more as the action progressed. And right now he's thrilled that he rebought. Much like Will to his left, he's probably just wishing he'd have rebought for a little bit more. Scoops a $900 pot, and the stack's at 12 now. So since Eric Peterson donated $5 and we're in between hands, I'm going to go ahead and throw down the gauntlet. If Austin wants to set up a golf match, it can be Austin players, Austin dealers, regulars here, and dealers or staff with Houston. We would be happy to set that up. Maybe we can make it like a best of 3. We could play We could play a course in Austin, a course in Houston. And whoever's in the lead at that point, actually whoever's behind at that point gets to pick the next location. We would love to do that. It'd be a lot of fun. And, you know, poker players usually are not opposed to betting on golf. So I think we could come up with some pretty good terms. Fireman Scott with a pair of queens now. Got 3 clubs in his hand. Doesn't work to his advantage, but he's got some straight cards and he has queens. He goes ahead and pops it to 25. You're going to see regularly, you're going to see the Houston players make the $30 mistake. The reason is we always allow a 5x bet on the first bet no matter what, or the first raise. So Scott is used to being able to make it 30 there in Houston. It's a little difference in rules between Houston and here. MJ's got ace 9-4-4 double suited spades. Everett has a pair of 6s with, you know, rough straight draw opportunities. Scott's got those queens, puts him in a rough spot, especially since he just flopped a club draw, and MJ's got the nut draw with an ace. Doug's going to fold because he flopped absolutely nothing other than a bare gut shot. And Howard flopped a pair of aces, actually aces and deuces. It'll be interesting to see what Howard does here. He probably doesn't feel super comfortable, although he is well in the lead at the time, for the time being. He's well in the lead because we know that so many clubs were burnt by so many hands, as well as so many straight draws. 280's the bet. Howard with aces and deuces, although way in the lead right here, cannot feel comfortable. Queen, queen makes a straight. He's very susceptible to ace 10, ace jack, and he doesn't have a flush draw. Although Howard's way in the lead, you should expect to see Howard bail on this hand. Scott's going to get out of the way even though he had a straight draw, flush draw. And I think that'll take care of that. MJ will take down a pot. Howard would have to be a magician to know he was in the lead there. I don't know where we're at in the Houston-Austin competition here, if that's going to be a thing. I would say we're pretty close to even. We got a couple of rebuys from the Houston players, but we got one rebuy from the Austin players, but we got Doug way up in the game. So I think we're pretty even at this point between the two. Both towns have some really good players. I've played some great players here in Austin. I mentioned Chris Moneymaker earlier, who I believe was in the chat briefly. Chris and I were here one night, had a really fun session. Chris likes to fire it up for sure, especially whenever he's playing smaller stakes. He's become one heck of a good cash game player and particularly excels at PLO. And yeah, no, Austin has some great players. Houston certainly has some great players. Texas poker is just hot right now, and we invite anybody from around the country that wants to come down and experience it to come join us. All right, Everett flops a gut shot straight draw. Actually, he's open-ended, pardon me. An 8 or a 3 will make that happen. MJ bets 145 on what he sees as a fairly dry board. Good time to fire. He's got pocket queens. He has running heart outs, and he also has a pair of sevens. Should put him, puts him in the lead. Everett apparently doesn't know fear because he's going to go ahead and fire it right up. It's a good example of if you want to talk about how to calculate a pot. He said pot, so it's 145 times 3. That'll make it, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, $435 plus the trailers. There is, yeah, so that goes up to $580. Accurate pot. Good job, dealer. Nice work. MJ calls 435 with nothing but an overpair, pair of sevens, and a running heart draw. Running heart draw, I don't recall the other outs, but it's typically about 1 in 20 to hit. Now he does have the 2 pair draws with the 7, but boy, he's in rough shape here. Really rough shape, and in fact, on that turn, boy, the turn couldn't have hit Everett any harder. That is a straight. And it even got longer on the end. He turned a straight and rivered a bigger straight. Everett is gonna ship him a 2K pot. Good job, Everett. He got in there, got very aggressive with really nothing but a straight draw, but boy, did it pay off in spades. We got V out of Orlando saying hi. It's great to see people calling in from literally around the world and around the country. How you doing, V? Hopefully you stick with us tonight. Feel free to smash that like button. We got Ashley Partridge saying, let's go bingo. Sometimes PLO does feel that way, but I'll tell you, the best players in PLO definitely come out big winner at the end. I personally am from the Midwest. I played pretty regularly and know pretty regularly Pat Walsh, who was the 2010 World Series of Poker Pot Limit Omaha champion. The $10,000 buy-in. I think Pat won about $1 million. In fact, I'd love to get Pat to call into the show sometime, but I can tell you he crushed and continues to crush cash games on a regular basis. So yeah, it does seem like bingo at times with 4 cards, 5 on the board, so many possible combinations, and especially we've seen a lot of gambling here, which is a lot of fun to watch. But I'll tell you, the best players in the end win an absolute fortune at this game. Got Everett Calm with 4 diamond in his hand, usually not suggestible. Scott's got pocket queens, he's in there. Allen's in there, ace 9 4 5. He just flopped open-ended with should put him in the lead. I think it does. That should put Allen way in the lead there. The deuce on the turn and give him a straight. Although it did open up Doug's heart draw to the king. But he's going to get out of the way. Doug's having a good day already, and he's made a couple of semi-tight folds. Might be because he's up early and kind of protecting that stack, looking for the perfect spot. That puts a straight on the board. It's a perfect example of this is not hold'em. So that straight isn't worth anything on the board. You still got to play 2 out of your hand. Both players here made a straight. We got a $50 bet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the straight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Everett. He sees that he's calls. They're going to chop the pot. That shouldn't give him either of them too much. About $10 made, $10 earned for a fair amount of pressure. Both players had to worry a little bit there about a 7 being in the other player's hand. JTN1968 just donated $5. Thank you so much. He says, is Mike dealing tonight? He's talking about Mike Youngblood, the regular commentator here at TCH Live. He says, I want to see if he deals as well as he calls the action. I did see Mike out on the floor. I don't know if he'll be in the box on the TCH Live game, but I expect he will, or suspect he will, and we'll see. I don't like to criticize dealers, but if Mike's in there, you know, and he makes a mistake, I'm going to let him have it just for fun. Mike Youngblood's a great guy, and really enjoy having him as a dealer. I have enjoyed the conversations I've had with him. Just a really good guy overall, and a pretty darn good commentator. I know he's well liked here in Austin. All right, Joe C fires it up with ace-king suited 10-9. He's got a lot of straight cards in his hand. He's got 3 clubs. Howard gets in there with 10-jack-king. Once again, we don't know MJ's hand. That's getting to be a common occurrence. Everett is actually in the lead with ace-queen 7-4, which doesn't seem like a great hand, but the reason he's in the lead is his outs aren't blocked by the outs in the other player's hands to any great degree. But Joe C with ace-king should still be. Okay, the percentage is corrected, and sure enough, Joe C is still in the lead. All right, MJ turns 2s and 3s and bets 45. This is a very aggressive game. Joe C's just got top pair of 9s with an ace stick. But he could hit an ace, a king, or a 10. That's why he's still got 40% to win this pot at this point. And the 5 blanks him. That'll give MJ the check mark. 2-3 will take it down. He'll add 115 to his stack. Got to tell you, he made more on that pot than I would have for sure. Very aggressive.
It's like he's so easy to read, but the problem is you're reading someone who doesn't know what they're doing. So he's like, he thinks he has a great hand. I'm like, oh shit,
That's how Howard feels when he plays me. He's looking at me like, and he knows I'm not even paying attention.
are we doing button straddle? We're not doing button straddle, right?
Again, we got a $6 straddle live throughout the game. All the players agreed on that, so it's just going to stay $6. The straddle is typically a way to steal position in the game, to be last to act. A lot of times they allow a button straddle, and then you can steal position. You can be the button, put good pressure on somebody, and take that big blind's position away. In this case, it's really just more of a pot builder. It gets the game fired up a little, and it gives the whoever the straddler is the last action pre-flop. Got 245 people watching now. Feel free to smash that like button. We'd love to see that number get to 100 tonight. We got 2 thumbs down. I apologize if anyone's not thrilled that Mike Youngblood isn't in the commentating booth tonight. Hopefully you think I'm doing an okay job. All right. William here, he's got queen, queen, 7, 8. Like that hand. He's got a big pair. He's got straight cards. Alan flops a pair of 10s. There's no aces in anyone's hands. That's slightly amazing.
Still 6 players.
And the 6 is going to give a gut shot to William. That also gives him a diamond draw, so he's got a pair of queens, a gut shot, straight draw, and a diamond draw. Doug has the bigger diamond draw, so he gets in there, calls a quarter.
Mike Youngblood was MJ, his initials are MJ, so I kept getting confused.
MJ's got 25 to call. He's got a pair of 4s with a pair of 3s in his hand. Not exactly sure how to call that one or to give any strategy clues as to why he's in the pot. But Alan just hit a flush jack high. Wisely checks. Doug has the king high flush. William also has a queen high flush, so we've got 3 players with a flush. Doug fires out with the second nuts. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. We got an $80 call. MJ folds. Dealer says straight to a 10, but it's actually a king high flush. Doug's going to win a couple $100 pot. King high versus queen high. It's probably worth an $80 call, but in PLO, you are definitely looking for the nuts. I would say the reason it was such a quick call, other than that this game is probably pretty loose thus far, is that it was checked the whole way, so nobody's putting anybody necessarily on an ace with the nut diamond draw, or they would have expected it to have been bet. So the second nut starts looking better and better with that queen high flush draw. Mike Youngblood checked into the chat, told everyone, hey, I'm dealing today. I also want to give Mike Major some reps and give it up for Houston. Appreciate that, Mike. Came down last time, myself and Victor Leone, who's the manager at TCH Dallas, which will be opening. It sounds like they've passed some permits. Construction's coming along great. Sounds like maybe September at this point, late September, but we'll wait and see. We'll keep you updated on TCH Dallas. But yeah, I came down last time with Victor and had a pretty successful outing. We had a lot of fun in the box, he and I, so thought I would do it again when I was asked. And hey, there's nothing better than calling Fireman Scott's PLO game. Joe C here, 3 bets of 50 with a pair of kings, single suit, hearts. Got Doug calling 49 with a whole lot of straight cards, 8, 9, 10, queen. And MJ's in there again, blind. Don't know those cards yet. He's got 8, 9, king, queen, so he's got 2 straight draws. That'll put him somewhere in the 30% range, 27% it looks like. Joe C should, yep, I was about to say Joe C should be squarely in the lead right now with the kings with the single suit. He goes all in for 431 after MJ 4 bets to 260. Doug's got 381 to call. He's got a lot of straight cards. Probably thinks they're all live, but based on the other hands, he's going to have a heck of a time hitting a king, and he's behind in a whole lot of ways, frankly, with Joe C having the king high heart draw and MJ having his 2 pair blocked as well as his queen. Doug might think he's live here on those straight draws, but the best thing he could do is put that hand in the muck real fast. I actually expect a fold here from Doug, although he is counting out his chips just for the fact he's been playing fairly tight since he took down a couple of decent pots. And I expect that to continue. I know some people in Houston call it nesting, just sitting on top of a big stack, nesting it, you know, incubating those little eggs and trying to grow it even bigger. So yeah, I expect Doug, even though he thinks he's open here, to hit, to eventually make the right choice and put it in the muck. Trouble is, with 4 cards in Omaha, you just never know, and it makes it tough to fold these hands pre-flop.
No, I don't need that yet. Calls the 431. Call. Mark, action's on you.
A lot of commentary in the chat on Doug's mask. I will tell you he plays at Houston pretty regularly, our TCH Houston location. Doug, you know, he's a very large person, and I'm not talking about his head size. I'm not saying anything bad about Doug, but if he stood up, you'd understand he's a big guy. I'm going to guess that the bottom string on his mask snapped, and he just yanked off the other side. He's like a lot of us sickos, and once he is at the table, he is at the table. He probably didn't want to get up. Not that that's an excuse, but you know, hopefully he'll get that taken care of in just a little bit.
This is like my normal crew. We're used to this. This is like every fucking day.
We're not exposed to cards. We still have action. What seat, please? Mark, can you rescan your cards? Thank you.
All right, another crazy one here. Just a ton of action in this game. Joe C is about as much a clear lead as you can get in an Omaha pot. But boy, that flop did not help him any. Gave MJ straight outs. Gave MJ gutter. I'm sorry, there he is. Gutter ball straight comes in. MJ's gonna take it down. That flop just didn't do Joe any favors. Gave MJ straight outs as well as a nut flush draw. Joe couldn't have liked his hand the very moment he saw an ace hit that flop. That's just the nature of the beast. You got those kings. The last thing you want, especially in an Omaha, is to see an Omaha game is to see an ace hit the flop.
Any players catching a live stream?
All right, we got Joe C rebuying now. MJ scoops a big pot. Going to take his stack up to $2,000. Williams got a good size stack too after he rebought and took down the monster. Doug's up. Everett's up a little bit. Howard did the same thing. He bought him for 3, went bust, bought another 3, and now he's got 1,100 in his stack. So, again, I think it's still a pretty even draw between the two cities, Houston and Austin, but I think the Austin players have taken a slight edge with MJ taking down that monster pot. All right, Evan's got queen, or I'm sorry, Everett has queen 10-9 double suited. He's got a deuce dangler. A dangler is what we call a card that's not connected to a hand in any way. It's just dangling out there. That deuce really doesn't serve any purpose unless 2-2s hit the flop, or if he makes queens and deuces, somebody will say, oh my God, he hit his dangler. But yeah, he's got the queen high flush draw. He's got 3 straight cards. Fireman Scott's in there with 6-6-4-3 double suited. A scary little hand for the straight outs whenever other people are playing bigger hands. And Fireman Scott, as a matter of fact, flops a set. However, that set's not really putting him in that great a spot because Howard flopped the king high diamond draw and a straight draw. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sorry, the double straight draw. Interesting to see how this one plays out. MJ has a gutter ball draw if he could hit the 10. Everett's in there with a bare pair of 9s and a 8, 9, 10. He needs a jack for a straight. Fireman Scott's still in there, like I said, with a set of 6s. Bottom set, as I said earlier, is it's a lugubrious position at best when playing PLO. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Surprisingly, that jack does not connect too hard with anybody. He didn't put any straights out there, so we will see what happens now. Scott has to be thinking somebody hit their straight there. MJ makes a heck of an aggressive bet. He bets 505 there. He's got a bare pair of jacks. He is definitely not favored to win this pot. He also has a straight draw to the gutter ball. And Scott, with a set of 6s, goes ahead and calls. Now, he knows, as he said earlier whenever he was in here with me, MJ plays to a VPIP. The last couple sessions, he's watched a PLO of 95%. Astronomical, off the charts VPIP. So Scott makes what some might call, you know, a semi-loose call here, but he's definitely playing the player. And now Howard is trying to decide what to do. He's got that diamond draw. Still got that straight draw. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
All right, 3 players total, 1 all in, 2 still in action. First act. Check.
Scott gets a check mark there. Another straight draw hits the board, but again, it doesn't hit anybody. MJ's going after that side pot real hard, hoping Howard missed completely. Howard actually folds what would have been the side pot winner with kings and 9s, but Scott's set of 6s is live for the big main pot, $1,800. The fireman says, stop looking, man. He's scared to death. That guy's going to find something. But I can tell him right now he's in great shape. Scott's going to be real happy in a couple seconds when MJ throws those cards in and he rakes in $1,800 for plus 1,200 on the hand. I think he's 2 buy-ins in. He's at 1,100 on the day, so he's now up 7. And the fireman's off and running. This is the guy, like we said earlier, he's literally run over a 1-3 game before for $70,000. And if that's not a disgusting stat, it just means you don't watch a lot of poker because it's darn near unbelievable. So I've mentioned VPIP a couple of times, so I'm going to go ahead and just so VPIP it means voluntarily put in play. I'm sorry, voluntarily put in the pot. It refers to money that a player voluntarily puts into the pot. It's a pre-flop stat. It tells how often a player is putting money in given the opportunity. Limps, calls, raises, 3 bets, all of that counts as VPIP. And, you know, in a PLO game, you know, what is an ideal VPIP? It's really tough to say. And the reason I say that is there's just such a variation of styles in PLO. Some people are great post-flop players. They like to see a lot of flops. They can really figure out where they're at. Some people lock it down a little bit more. They're looking for, you know, just really strong starting hands. But, you know, in PLO, an ideal VPIP usually considered somewhere, and this is a tough estimate, but I'm going to go say somewhere between 20 and 40%. And some people might think that's crazy, but yeah, 20 to 40%, probably more like 15 to 25, 15 to 30% if there's a pre-flop raise involved. If you're playing at a 95% VPIP, however, unless you are a wizard, you're going to have a hard time being a winning player long run. And that's why you saw Scott really quickly put his money in there with a set of sixes against MJ. He knows those statistics about MJ, and it's a spot where Scott probably thought, well, I could be beaten, but, you know, statistically, based on what I know about this guy, I've got to call. It's called playing the player, and the best players in the world do it extremely well. So MJ picks up a spade draw here. He's also got a possible straight draw with the gutter ball 9. Josie's got top pair and a straight draw. Nothing to really be too excited about in an Omaha game. Doug has top pair, jack, stick, straight draw, gutter ball. And so now we're MJ and Doug heads up. The 6 hits the river. That's going to give Doug aces and sixes. I believe it gives him the check mark. It sure does. And Doug goes ahead and bets 75 on the river. That's a pretty astute bet, pretty solid. A lot of people just checked there. Doug probably didn't particularly want to show that hand, but yeah. Takes it down with a smart bet. And so far, Doug's running pretty good here, and he's also making great decisions.
And this is back when Charlie wasn't allowed to drive. So I was driving him to his in-town suites where he lives. But we drove all the way down Cypresswood. The whole way down Cypresswood, I never said a word. He was just like, motherfucker calls a fucking 7, come on, a fucking 7. Can you believe fucking 7 comes on the river? This motherfucker knows I got top 7.
So Fireman Scott promised us that he wasn't going to swear much on the stream because he knows that on his left is Alan, and Alan's 3 children are at home watching. I hope they have it on mute right now because this story is pretty graphic. It's like Quentin Tarantino sat down to play cards. But pretty cool that, you know, the 3 young kids are watching poker, interested in poker. And it's even cooler, you know, it's got to be cool for Scott to know that, you know, that he's got young kids at home that idolize him for his vlogs and for doing what he's passionate about. Scott's got jacks here. I think he's in the lead. Actually, I am wrong. 10, deuce, 6, 7, double suited is, or was technically in the lead pre-flop, but Everett flopped the nut flush here, so that should put him squarely in the lead. Yep, 68%, pretty strong. Scott also flopped a flush. He's jack high, but he's got an open-ended straight flush. This can get pretty tempting for a player. Just, hey, let me hit that king, let me hit that 8. You know, Scott's I would say better than average PLO player, though, and he's not going to fall for that trap. A lot of people go, all right, I'll call that one bet just to see if I can catch that magic card. Yeah, we had several straights flopped there, or I'm sorry, flushes flopped there, and obviously several smart players because they astutely folded to the ace high flush for just 70 bucks. They said, nah, this isn't the time to play a big pot. I'm a little surprised Scott didn't take one off, although if I remember his hand right, Everett actually had one of his outs with the 8. He would have needed to hit a king of spades to take it down. And the Fireman, who is, you know, Houston legend for some of the crazy, crazy runs he's been on. He makes his living playing this game. That is his sole profession. Not surprisingly, has the big stack at the table again. It'll be interesting from here on out to see what he does with it. Doug picks up ace, queen, pair of queens. He's got aces, aces suited to the queen. He just calls. I thought we might see a raise there, but he's got that dangler that we just talked about, and that's probably where he's getting away from it a little bit. MJ, king, 10-7 with the king high heart draw. 6 to call. MJ's been pretty loose aggressive so far. Expect a raise, and there it is, $40. Everett with king 9-8 deuce makes a call. It's an interesting call for sure. That's all I'm gonna say about that one. A lot of spades out there. Doug with that ace queen of spades probably thinks he's more live on that draw than he is, but a whole lot of spades got folded. We got 2, 4, 6 in the hands I can see right now. I know 3 more at least were folded. That makes 9. There's only 4 left in the deck, and he needs 3 of them on the board. So those spades probably aren't coming for Doug. There's one of them. That leaves only 3 left in the deck. Ordinarily, on a flush draw like this, Doug would be 1 in 20 to hit the nuts. In this particular instance, those odds are way down, nearly non-existent. All right, Everett with a pair of 9s deuces, 2 pair, goes ahead and fires out. Doug gets in there. He's got a pair of queens, pair of queens. I'm not sure exactly what he's putting Everett on to make that call there. But if the board pairs and it's on a 9 or a deuce, he'll be happy he did, although MJ...
Here's the thing, after the tournament's over, if everybody just goes back to their lives, it'll be fine.
MJ would be in the same spot if he just calls. It'll be interesting to see how he reacts to this raise, or to this bet here.
I mean, I quit looking at this.
77 in the NFL last week.
Is that what there was? 77?
77 false positives.
False positive.
He pointed at Everett's stack. I'm not sure what he's pointing at. Everett has a large stack. It's 65 to call. Allen gets out of the way. It's back to Doug. 65 to call. Puts the money in. MJ raised it up. Made it somewhere in the area of 450. It says on the screen 435. Okay. And in case you haven't noticed, sometimes the dealer's job is tough. These guys got to be able to accurately calculate these pots quickly, and I got to give credit. These dealers are doing a great job. All right, about 1,100 in the pot now. 9s and deuces is going to make a full house for Everett, but he probably doesn't feel that strong about that particular full house, although he is about to scoop a big pot. MJ getting in there for the raise was a tough spot. He raised with just a bare over pair of kings and a gutter ball for a 7. Pre-flop raises, we got MJ coming in at 36%, not surprisingly leading the field. Whenever you're playing almost 100% of the hands, you're probably going to do that most of the time. Got Joe C being aggressive with 31%. Fireman middle, which is a little bit surprising. Scott can be a very aggressive player at times, but, you know, playing some smart poker here so far. He's gotten involved in a couple of those big all-ins, trying to build the stack, but overall, Scott's playing a nice game. So I think the 6 is on. I think it's an all-time straddle, so it's going to be Doug first to act, although the blinds aren't out yet. There we go. First to act to Doug. Doug picks up ace-10 suited, 7, 9, 10. Gives him a lot of straight outs, as well as a nut flush draw if the spades happen to run in. Howard's has a similar hand. He's got 5, 6, 7, a lot of straight outs, as well as a nut diamond draw if those diamonds happen to come in. MJ's dominated on the diamond draws by Howard's hand with the king, queen of diamonds, 10-8, but again, a lot of straight draws. This is what makes Omaha an interesting game, just all kinds of outs out there at all times. Everett makes a call with ace, queen, 9, 3, 3 spades in his hand. Definitely, you're not going to find a book that will say that Everett should call there. But, you know, like I said earlier, there's a lot of different styles. Everett might just be a great post-flop player. Fireman Scott gets in there with the ace-high club draw with king-jack in his hand. Again, a lot of straight draws. That should give him a fairly good percentage, although I like Howard's hand the most pre-flop. And, of course, Howard flops 4, 5, 6, 7. Howard flops a straight draw, runner, diamond draw, although there are a lot of diamonds out. In fact, MJ has 3 in his hand, but Howard fires out the pot, and he is, in fact, in the lead with the straight, the 3-card straight. He's got 3 in his hand that'll connect. That's not what we call a wrap, but it does put him in the lead. This hand be interesting to see what happens. MJ comes over the top once again. MJ has a pair of 8s, which technically puts him ahead of Howard right now in terms of just what they have in their hand, but percentage-wise, he is well behind. So it's going to come to Everett, who should fold instantly. Doug should fold instantly. They've all done so. Back to Howard. What do you want to do? Howard says all in. Rightly so. He's 63-37. Like I say, although MJ has the better hand currently. And Doug hits a straight. I'm sorry, Howard hits a straight both times. As I said before, although MJ was ahead on the flop with a pair, he was technically well behind due to the cards that were in Howard's hand, as well as the outs that we'd already seen burnt in other hands. Howard's going to scoop a pot, plus 481 on that one. The pot's about $900. And Howard's back in the game, back in action. MJ's going to have, I think he had about 700 in his stack, so he'll still have a fair amount there to play with. So far, a super juicy game, which is what you expect when a bunch of PLO degens get together. And that's not a knock on their games. That's coming from a fellow degen. I play with these guys pretty often. Great group of Houston guys. And whenever I've been down to play the Austin game, I've always had a blast. And frankly, I've run pretty good here. So definitely enjoy my trips to Austin. There's always a lot of action here. It's a great room to come visit. Whether you're out of state, in state, almost any day of the week you come here. They've got great cash action going. They run some excellent tournaments throughout the week. Texas Card House Austin is basically where club poker started in Texas, and they're the leader here in Austin, and one of the leaders, if not the leader, in terms of clubs in the state. Really a great location. Definitely come check it out. Someone in the chat said last hand, Howard's hand was, well, it's like a wrap. Sure, we'll go with that. He's got to hit some pretty specific cards, but he did have a fair amount of outs. A wrap, a full wrap, is whenever you literally have, say, a flop is 5, 6, 7, and you'll have 8, 9, 10, 4, or 3, 4, 8, 9. You'll have it wrapped up all the way around to where literally any card deuce to 10 will make your hand. It puts you in an extremely powerful position, especially on the flop with 2 cards to come. Howard's hand, like I said before, was interesting because he had the running diamond draws, and he also had a lot of straight draws, although we wouldn't quite say it was as powerful as a full wrap for sure. All right, the nut clubs gets the check mark after Everett turned queens and nines. That 9, though, would have been his death if he'd fired. Joe C's got the second. No, I'm sorry, Joe C has the nut clubs and gonna take it down. Joe's a good player out of Houston. Like I said before, been running hot. Don't want to jinx him, but so far he's had the nuts several times. Just hasn't been able to capitalize. Seems like every time he's got a big. Really big hand to play, there's just nobody to call him down. So hopefully things will turn around for Joe, and he'll have a great night. It's got to be frustrating to keep hitting big hands and just not have anywhere to go with it. He's got 1,200 in his stack, though, so all it takes is one big pot, and he's going to be very happy that he came down to Austin today. Nick from Yuma says, didn't Howard have any ace, deuce, 3, 4 to make a straight? If I remember the hand right, that's correct. And like I say, it's a big hand. A lot of possibilities. It's just not the same as a full wrap. Yeah, again, an example of a full wrap is actually a 20 outer. You know, if the flop has an 8-9 on it and you have 6, 7, 10 jack, your straight draws are literally any 5, any 6, any 7, any 10, any jack, any queen. That's 20 outs. You know, and you're in amazing position. You got 20 outs, 14 to the nuts. You look at something like Howard's hand, if I'm remembering it right. You know, it was no better than a 13 out straight that would, you know, but I don't even think it was a 13 out straight. So once again, you know, a strong hand, but not quite the same as a wrap as was suggested in the chat. Nonetheless, it worked great for Howard, and he took down a monster. There's a lot of discussion of that hand in the chat. Oliver just correctly identified the flop was 8-4 deuce. Howard had ace-7, 6-5. So yeah, he had what we call an inside wrap. He actually is blocking himself with the 7-6-5 because he needed a 7-6-5 or 3, if I'm recounting the hand right, to hit. So he's actually taking away his own outs to some degree. So yeah, no, I mean, it put Howard in a position where he had 2, 4, 6, 10 outs. He had a 10 outer. He's pretty fortunate to hit both. And if you're following the chat, feel free to jump in there. All right, Doug flops the nuts. Doug flops the nuts, and you know, there's no flush draws out there. Now there's a spade draw. Nobody actually has a spade draw that I see, but I expect Doug to go ahead and protect now. Makes it $1.25. Bets is the pot, essentially. Joe C gets in there with top set kings. Or I'm sorry, second set kings. Be interesting to see how this runs out. Both players river straight. These two have played with each other a whole lot. And whenever I say a whole lot, I mean a decade long, a couple times a week at least. They know each other's games. And they just go check, check. That's not a friendly thing. They literally knew they each had the hand. So check, check. They say, let's move on. And they were also a little bit both probably scared of that spade draw. You know, Doug there, although he flopped the nuts, has to be thinking, oh, crap. What if Joe has, you know, something like he had middle set, and Joe did have the king of spades? What if he has a spade dangler with that, or any spade to complete that hand? So they both wisely checked, knowing the other one has the hand. And the pot, frankly, wasn't big enough probably for Joe to push Doug off. Doug bows by D-backs pretty regularly. Would have been tough to push D-backs out of that one, so check, check, chop it up.
I think so. Yeah, you were just trying to pick it up, but he already had the bottom straight, the board paired.
All right, we got Howard Broussard's daughter jumped into the chat room. That's pretty cool. It's fun to know that family and friends are out there watching. It really is. And Howard's daughter says, hey, stop talking bad about my dad's play. He's doing great. And I agree, Howard is doing great. And not only that, Michaela, but your dad is an awesome dude. I've gotten to know him. I've only been living in Houston for a little over a year, running the card house at Texas Card House Houston. Your dad comes in every now and again, and it's always a pleasure when he's there. He's a good dude. You should be very proud of him, and way to jump in and defend Dad. I love it. All right, Howard's got 8-10 Jack Queen Queen 8 suited. That gives him a straight draw. He calls 29. $30. We got MJ 3 betting to $130 with 9-10 Ace King. That's a lot of straight draws. That's also two different draws. Howard doesn't have any of them, but they're sharing a lot of straight cards between the two hands, between MJ and Howard. I don't know where Doug's at, but Doug called 100, and Doug's been nesting a little bit, as we call it in Houston. Been nesting on those chips a little bit. I expect that he has a decent hand. Looking forward to seeing it for sure. All right, MJ flops a pretty darn good hand. He's got a gut shot straight draw. He has top pair king, and he flopped the nut flush draw. He is a massive, and I do mean massive, favorite to win this hand. The statistics pop up. He's about 90-10. Whoa, very surprised Howard called so quickly. Doug called quickly. Still don't know Doug's hand. If I had to guess right now, I'd say Doug has a spade draw, possibly a straight draw with it, or he flopped a set. He could have flopped like middle set because Doug quickly called, Howard quickly called, and MJ is, as I said, way in the lead, literally no matter what cards Doug turns over at this point. And that makes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That makes the nuts for MJ. So he's obviously feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, nice flop, somebody says. And yeah, that's a nice flop for sure. Open-ended nut spade draw. Top pair, top stick. And we never did get to see Doug's hand. I'm going to guess he had a monster there. And whenever I say monster, I mean middle set's a possibility for Doug to snap call so quickly there. Although, as we've talked about, MJ, the guy has an extremely high VPIP, and he's very aggressive. So he will get calls that other players won't get. Sometimes that works to your advantage. Sometimes it doesn't. Right there, he rakes in a nice pot. Probably as much based on reputation as anything. All right, we're checking in a new deck. I'm going to give you all a break from my my rambling and let you watch some poker for a couple minutes.
On everybody. Mike Major decided to step out here for a second. I've been kind of watching this off and on, so I've seen a little bit of the madness, but it's your friend dude talking. I think I might just hang out here for like 20 minutes before I head on home, but all right, so what we got, MJ, always good action, raising with the ace queen 4-4. We got a couple of different hands off to our flop as diamond draw here for Howard. Top pair here for MJ. Got an open ender here for Alan. It's our guy, Alan. TCH live chat legend. Give Mike Major a little breather here so that wander the grounds, shake hands, kiss babies. I could not step away from this moment here. So, all right, so we have MJ betting 195. Howard here with middle pair, weak diamonds. Not enough for him to convince that to stay forward. What's going on, Nick from Yuma? Daniel Tennysum. So I was dealing here in the fine place that we call Texas Card House here in Austin. I'm going to give the opportunity here to expand our commentary field here to more voices, more people. And, also just give Mike Major an opportunity to promote TCH Houston and the fine folks who visit our fine TCH Spring location. So I have literally no idea how long I'll stay here. I'm here just kind of hang out, man the seat. But off we go here as All right, so Fireman Scott's up a little bit, Doug's up a little bit. William the Net, I was there. I was watching this 6-way all-in. The looks like the most absurd pot, obviously, of the night. Ooh, there's a 4 cross there for William, 9876. MJ's got 4 cards, so you know he's in. What's going on, Ed? Got a couple of other random combos here. Alan here with Queen, Queen, 10-3. Queen, 10-8-3. Howard, 10-10-5 deuce. And here we go, Jordan. Show us a flop here, buddy. All right, King, Jack, 4, all spade. No, excuse me, 2 spades. Alan here with a straight and a flush draw. And we've got MJ here with top 2 pair. Gonna go ahead and smash that pot button the way you should be smashing that like button. Actually bets 100. Alan gets it in. This is our guy, the people's champion, the chat champion. I didn't recognize him without the mask when he was walking in here today. Gave it kind of a coy smile, and I thought, wait a second. So he repots it here with the open ender and the spade flush draw. He can also hit a queen. So it's going to be roughly about 50-50 here as MJ is here to call. MJ also has backdoor clubs. It's a pot of about 1,100. 5 ball, jacks 5s, and they're going to get the first board here to Allen with a spade flush. Backdoor clubs, and looks like we're going to go choppy, chopperooski. As Allen and MJ will split this pot up. So again, my name is Mike Yarmlett, a.k.a. Dude Talking. This was going to kind of be a day off for me. But saw the lineup, saw the game. Said just give an old Mike Major a tap on the shoulder. Say, hey, buddy, you're working hard. Why don't we give you a little bit of breather here so you can say hello to all the fine folks here at Texas Card House in Austin. Don't forget tomorrow our $150 Mega Stack Freeze-Out Tournament Final Table. We'll have the live stream for that. Then coming up on Monday, 5-5, no limit. Then backing into Thursday and Sunday. So Thursday, Sunday, I am going to be off of next week. So I'm not actually sure who we're going to have fit in, but I'm going to be taking a little trip to Florida. More of a business trip than it is leisure, but there might be a little bit of time at the beach. So Nick from Yuma, the hardest working man in poker. I think it used to be. I'm not working as hard as I did, I think, pre-COVID, where I think that was absolutely true. Now it's kind of like I'm getting some time off. It's not there are a lot of people working a hell of a lot harder here than me at this current moment. So especially our floor managers. Boy, we had some terrific people here that have to do quite a bit. All right, here we go. I got Joe Everett here with King Jack 7-7. Doug. MJ's, I don't know what Fireman Scott has. I'm pretty sure it's ace suited connected. Definitely got a suited ace here, so he's going to raise it up here to 40. 10-8-3. Oh, boy, what do we got? Fireman Scott here with a pot of 206. I'm going to be out at the Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, kind of Fort Lauderdale-ish area. I think I'm not that far from the Seminole Hard Rock. So, oh, he's got aces, just 2 red aces, suited ace, ace 8. Is MJ here with the overpair. Some potential backdoor straight draws if we get a little baby card. It's not going to be one of them, so Fireman Scott here with the ace of hearts and the overpair. Going to bet the pot 260, 630. Big bet here on the turn. This is always just the worst spot here, especially if you know, queens are just not really that great a hand in here in PLO. I think sometimes you can get in a short stack situation, say, okay, let's flip it here a little bit, but with the aggression shown, I mean, the best case scenario for a hand like queens is that you're up against like Jack 9 of hearts, Queen Jack 9, or something like that, or maybe up against Hart. And MJ is just going to go ahead, lay it down. So what's going on, Joe and Fisher? Says yes in the Seminole Coconut Creek. I don't know if I'll play poker. I mean, I've not been to a beach in a long time. I don't know what the COVID situation is. It is some stuff to take care of down there. But if you guys are down there in that area, you can DM me at HoopsMike on Instagram. Perhaps I can make a visit to any of our fine fans of TCH Live in the South Florida area. Might hit up Queen of Felt or something like that. But as we continue here on 136 Pot Limit Omaha, the game of games, the legend himself, Mike Major. Got Howard here, one off the end of the gun here with King, Queen, 7. We got Mike Major back in. Boy, I tell you, Mike, it is tough trying to do it by yourself, and I commend you for trying to fly into this solo. So I'll hang out here for a little bit with you.
I'm not solo tonight.
You got your friend.
Along with me to help out.
That's a good friend to have in your corner, my friend. That is.
I wanted to jump in with Mike Youngblood, see how the old pro does it. Like Howard's got pocket kings with king suited. See what he does here. Howard's been playing a little loose, we might say.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've based that from the chat. There seems to be some dissenting opinions amongst our chat pros, as there always tends to be, Mike.
I can only imagine. Probably pretty standard. We got Scott raising pre-flop, though. Definitely a speculative hand. He's looking for a lot of texture to a board, but he did flop 2 pair. He's got a straight draw, not too shabby. I do not see a diamond draw out there, so he's in better shape than he thinks, although he thinks his hand just went to hell in a handbasket. He would be wrong this time.
Yeah, I don't mind Scott's 3-bet there, especially specifically with the connected kind of hand. I mean, he's either really going to smash the board or.
Yeah. Well, he's a professional Omaha player. He's thinking exactly what you're thinking there, precisely.
And MJ just goes ahead and puts the hammer down. This is the hard part about playing against a guy. You've seen him. He's been really super aggro, but it's just so hard to pinpoint on a hand that spots like that are just so ideal for him.
Absolutely. I was actually about to say MJ's going to take that pot down most of the time there because he's the guy that doesn't know what he is and he's going to fire away.
Yeah, he was telling me he was playing 1-3 before the game started and said has been having a bit of bad run playing double board bomb pots for Big O, which sounds to me like the most ludicrous concept I've ever heard of. Trying to go 2 boards in a 5-card high-low split game, but that is Austin, Texas here for you. That's where the
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's Texas poker. I invite anybody to come down and enjoy it. I've had some friends from the Midwest come down. I know one particular player. I'm not going to say what club he played at. But,
right. He's playing poker.
Good buddy. A guy I happen to know, Pat Walsh, who's a 2010 WSOP PLO champion, won about $1 million. He came down, played in Houston for just a weekend, won $170,000. I mean, the action is out of control.
It is. I'm hoping we get one of those stimulus checks because I would just go and take it right there to TCH Houston, play Fireman Scott's game. Stimulate the economy. That's probably another topic we can't get into.
You're a good man. No, we would love to have you over there. In fact, I'd love to see. I'm always inviting Austin players and Austin people to come over. We've got some hotel deals for
Oh, really?
from the club. We always have great action. I mean, it's a lot of fun. We try to take care of our players. So, anytime anybody from Austin wants to come over and enjoy Houston, we'd be happy to put you up and happy to take great care of you.
Tell them Mike and Mike sent you.
Mike in the morning.
Morning. Greeny. I don't know which one I would be as the green or the goalie there.
I'm not sure.
Do you really want to be either of them? I'm not.
Well, I'm just happy you got the reference so quickly. Howard flops a gutter ball. Bets 150. MJ folds top 2, although because there's 2 hearts out there, pretty easy fold. Joe C's going to get out of the way because he's a pretty astute player in general.
Mm-hmm. All right, so MJ actually wound up staying in there with aces 9. Sometimes a board looks like our board reader kind of went a little haywire, but
It did. I know there was a 9. It was ace, deuce, deuce, 9 on the turn. I have no idea what the river was. We can't see it.
yeah, based on Everett's hand, there was really no card that was going to come outside of a 4-ball that was going to ship him all the money, but.
Yeah. Well, and Howard was in there. I recall he had a gutter ball as well, but it looks like he dumped his hand when maybe MJ came over the top. It's hard to follow the action when the action disappears.
Yeah, it is. These guys are trying to break the VPIP record. I mean, MJ said a 94% VPIP the last time that he was on the stream. I don't think that will ever be broken in the history of TCH Live, ever. We could do this show for 5 more years. I don't think 94% will ever be topped.
He's at 90 right now. He just called with 3 Ks.
Oh, God. No suits there, too.
I could make a terrible joke about the South, but I'm going to let it go.
Yep.
Everett calls with 4 spades in his hand.
I've already enraged enough of our audience at times with untimely jokes, so.
Doug is in there, 8, 9, 9, 10. I'll tell you though, I've talked to Mike Youngblood a few times. He's a pretty good guy. He's pretty open-minded, pretty honestly thoughtful guy.
Right.
Anytime he says something, not brings anyone. Every time
Yeah, I was going to say, you've had some really eloquently put think pieces I've seen online that I'm like, okay, Majors knows how to think a little bit, so it's.
I know that you're joking. People get upset, whatever, and I go, oh, come on, guys,
Yeah, let's not get out of hand on stuff, but. First.
Hey, you know what? If you win with a set in your hand, you better show it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Get paid for that. So.
I mean, the first time I ever met you was during the Chris Moneymaker weekend when they had we had the PLO game back there on table 5. It was like a 1-2-5 game. So it was you, Moneymaker, a couple others.
We were drinking, firing it up. Yeah, that was a great.
That was my introduction. Well, actually, you played that Wes Cutshall stream, and Wes he kind of poked a little bit, needled you a little bit, which. I mean, you got to be credit. I mean, you have to have thick skin to, like, I take a lot of crap sometimes, but I would not know what it's like to have a popular vlogger kind of poke fun of my game.
Yeah,
if I did play it more, they definitely would too.
I
So.
don't mind a little crap. That one, Wes and I are friends. I think I took it what you'd say maybe the right way, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that particular vlog got about 100,000 views, so it's definitely interesting. It's definitely changed the way some people perceive me. Oh, we got Everett with ace, king, jack. A big hand, but nothing suited. I'm sorry, ace, jack suited. So we'll see how this goes. He's going to be the favorite 3-flop for sure. Got Joe C in there with queens with the queen 9 of hearts. Some people might wonder why he's still 37% to win this hand. I'll tell you that's just the nature of it.
Yeah,
But
that's.
secondly, we've seen all the other players out, so we've seen a lot of the spades burnt, which actually makes his hearts that much more valuable.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's see what Howard does. But no, it's actually been interesting having that because, I think players from Houston no one would ever accuse me of being a tight player.
Right.
And now I have players sometimes who are going in the middle of a big game will say, I'll literally hear them talking, he plays pretty tight, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, everybody,
I take advantage of it.
Right.
It's been actually kind of a good thing in ways, but
Howard jammed here for 147 over the top of the 100 bet.
still not sure what he has. I'm gonna call it a middle diamond draw. He might have a straight draw with it. We're gonna say middle diamond.
Maybe a queen
draw,
10-9 or something. Okay, there.
9-10 with 6s. There you go. Oh, he doesn't have the diamond draw. I thought for sure he would have that straight draw and the diamond draw. Howard is in stack build mode. He is just firing right now, trying to hit a hand.
And I don't think he got there on either of them. So.
He airballs both times. The 10 looked like a good card for him, but it's not. And Everett's going to take it down.
And
2 kings and jack.
I also should probably take in mind, like, probably what people consider tight in Houston is probably dramatically different than it is everywhere.
Oh, that's absolutely true. I will tell you, so there's there's story to the game with Wes. I had what I would call 3 psychopaths behind me with Will.
Yep, Will the Spill.
Yeah, Will buys in 10,000, 20,000. I play with all those guys regularly.
Yep.
I also had
Was it Glenn was in that game too or not? Glenn C.
He was, yep.
Yeah, he was to your left.
Actually, so I had Will, Clint, and then Albert Chowder.
Yeah.
One of the bigger players, I mean, really in this area.
Albert's a fan favorite. People always ask about him too.
People love Albert. He's a good friend of mine, actually. We text a lot, whatever. It'd be fun to bring Albert down and have him do one of these.
Is he been back playing, or is he still is he like was?
I'm gonna make a joke. I hope Albert's listening because he's gonna say you dick.
You dick.
He has the privilege of being a multimillionaire.
Oh, okay.
So Albert has taken a break. He said, "Hey, there's no reason for me to 1% chance this quarantine." And it makes sense. Whenever you're worth millions of dollars, why go? You know,
Yeah.
do anything. Albert's pool at his house has a lazy river around it. I mean, he basically lives in a resort. I've been to his house. I play his home game. There's no reason for that guy to go anywhere, and that's what he's doing. So I hope that Albert takes that in the right nature and is laughing right now. But he's definitely calling me a dick under his breath or out loud.
Or else, if he catches us on the archive, if you want to leave a comment, call Mike Major a dick in the comments. I think I would hit the like button on that.
Wouldn't be the first or last time Albert's going to call me a dick. But no, so I had 3 psychopaths on my left, so I did tighten up my game considerably.
Yeah.
Because the repop could come at any time. Now,
yeah, that makes more sense now that I think about it.
Oh, yeah, and the thing that I knew that you guys didn't know is I played with literally, I think every player at the table. I think we had one Austin guy in the table.
Yeah, it was Jay Stack.
Jay Stack, and he's a pretty loose cannon himself. So
yeah, he was not even as loose as we've seen him on the.
Not that night. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, no. Anyway, just to put it in perspective, I decided I'm going to play big hands and big hands only. Because I got nut jobs behind me, I can't really, I'm not looking for texture. I'm not looking to be to prospect hands. I'm looking for big hands. But also, and I'm not going to lie to you, I'd never been in a situation where I knew, especially on Wes's game, I think we had several thousand viewers watching.
Oh, yeah, that's
I'd never been in a situation where everyone could see my hole cards. So I thought, there's a pressure not to be an idiot.
Yeah, I was feeling nervous about dealing in this game. Like, I wound up getting kind of released here before. But I was sitting there thinking about it all day. I'm like, be on top of your game. You don't want to be the guy. Sure, pour me off when I'm off the clock here.
Oh, you are off the clock. Good. I was wondering. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I haven't drank out of this yet. Oh.
No worries. You're good.
Despite the fact that
I lived in Wisconsin for a while.
I haven't
this
drank,
is not
a. Uh-oh, we got Fireman
Scott here
in the booth.
Pour me. Look, I could toss you the mic and just casually. I guess.
Don't worry, I got it all in with 2 outs with 1 card.
Oh, really?
Perfect. Well, yeah, I'm gonna. Hopefully, no one could hear Scott because it's gonna give away the future of the game here.
But
Scott, you want to jump in on my mic?
I can give you my and
no,
if you guys,
no. Mike Youngblood's in the booth right now. He's a legend here.
My own mind.
I'm gonna put away my Adderall. I'm gonna take my drink, go walk around, and let Scott jump in the game. We got 49 likes. I'm a little depressed right now by that number, so start smashing that like button or else.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Major's coming towards you. The mass police is coming for you.
It's gonna be. You're making
rain hell.
Fire and hell from above.
Major pain.
You're making a major mistake if you don't smash
entering a world of
that
pain.
like button.
All right,
if Wes Cutshaw is listening, you can kiss my ass. All right. So Eric Peterson texted me. We apparently had someone donate. I didn't see it. I apologize.
JTN 1968 wanted to know if I was as good of a dealer as I am a commentator, and I'm not sure. We got MJ though here with top set. We've got. Top 2 for Howard, who is drawing pretty much stone dead, except to runner straight.
Straight draws. He should be about literally 1%. I love whenever I start.
It's got to be like Ace King 10 or something, because there's no other reason. I think unless he's got maybe a set of jacks. So Howard
Doug has essentially stopped showing us his cards. I don't know why. Here we go.
Thanks, Jordan.
He's open
scanning
Good
it like
job,
a champion.
Dealer. He's got runner straight draws with the 68. He's open ended with the King 10. Fireman Scott says he's going to rejoin us in a few minutes. Get on the mic. That'll be a lot of fun.
Sure.
And as I was saying, I got Eric Peterson said, you sidewinding son of a bitch. You better say it. I don't know what that refers to. I think he sent a super chat. Eric, I'm going to apologize to you.
Oh, okay.
If you could, you don't have to send a super chat. Just say whatever it was you said in the text, and I would be happy to get back to you. I was actually out talking to the players. I did a chip run. I got a drink. I apologize. Just let me know, and I'll I'll be happy to get it back out there.
So
for
here's a situation I think everybody loves here is MJ is going to be stacking here with top set and play. I thought about getting in this game and maybe just short buying, but I'm seeing that it's going to be very impossible to come in here at short buy. And not be all in one hand.
That's true, but you short buy here, you could run it into 2,000 real fast. What a turn card for Doug. Gave him the double straight draw. But MJ takes down a big pot with top set. And I'm a friend of Doug's. I want to see Doug with a stack because he's a friend. But I got to say, it's pretty exciting to see MJ get a big stack because this game, I mean, it could change the entire outlook and outcome of this game.
Yeah, I feel for the Nit who is immediately on his right and has MJ to his left. I mean, that just means I'm going to be checking. And William's going to check a lot regardless, but it's also it can put you in some really tricky spots here. But Doug is probably going to grab some chips. Let's see. It's still continue the 1-3-6. And, folks in Houston tend to do the button straddles. Here in Austin, we're not. That's not. I think the players' committee here had voted to not do that. So, I mean, if you do play in Houston, a button straddle is going to be a mainstay. But here in Austin, that's not necessarily the case. Unless you play a private game, then you can do whatever you feel like.
Yeah. There's a few changes here, actually. I mean, we'll allow the first raise 5 times no matter what. I've noticed you guys don't do that. You don't button straddle. I'm from Missouri.
I guess.
I'm from Missouri, where we Mississippi straddle regularly. I would actually love to see that happen down here in Texas, but wait and see.
Yeah, what part of Missouri are you from again?
St. Louis.
Okay, you're from the St. Louis, dude. I gotcha.
Yeah, and St. Louis is a great town for poker. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think we have 5 casinos that have poker rooms, so a lot of competition. And games like Pot Limit Omaha and Big O have just become fixtures. I mean, we'll have, you walk into some rooms, 5, 6 Big O games, which is crazy.
Oh, wow, we got a lot of primos here. Aces, you got jacks, the suited jack, king 10-10-6, ace king 7-6, and Howard here with little babies.
And this is the difference right here between PLO and Hold'em. It really highlights the difference. Aces and 9s with an ace suited, it's still only 30% to win. This game is wide open.
Flop's a 9er, though. Flop's top set, though, for MJ.
Middle set with 9s, and top set for MJ. Boy, we got middle set.
And we got
top
straight here for Everett.
No clubs. It's amazing no one has 2 clubs in their hands with all the hands that are live, but we got a lot of live straight draws. Everett just hit his. Can't believe we don't have big clubs here.
Everett gave up his hand, too, after the bet call.
Now, Joe C. just called with middle set and the dry ace. He could have done what's what's regularly called a post-oak bluff. He could have fired away there with just the dry ace and gone after it, but he didn't. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
MJ had already had top set. He actually rivers a lower straight, but he's looking at probably the worst kind of board for the type of hand that he has. So Joe might be able to win this here.
I'll be surprised if MJ folds, but the way he's looking, I think he's going to. Nope. He sure didn't call. He sure didn't fold like I thought. I talked about danglers earlier, and his came in very handy there. He flopped top set, but that 58 is what takes the pot down for him. Good for him. Danglers are dangerous. You never know. MJ now has almost 4,000 on the table. That's a pretty dominating stack. Fireman Scott has the second biggest stack. And I got to tell you, it's a lot of fun to see a player like MJ with a 90% VPIP in there with such a big stack. It'll be really interesting to see how the rest of this plays out.
Keep an eye on the old Fireman Scott here.
Yeah, Fireman Scott's got 2K in front of him. I expect him to either make a big move. I expect to see something big happen here before too long. I don't
know if he's had a winning session in the PLO streams or if he has. He's finished even. Like, he's not run superb by any stretch. Not an indication of his play. It's just sort of like his TC. He's due for an upswing, as we say.
Yeah. But so this week at Texas Card House Houston, I've run some of Fireman Scott's sessions just to sort of get people ready for this particular stream. And I would say he's well down in this game. Actually, I'm not sure I've seen a winner yet, which is surprising because he's a good player. He's definitely plays an open style. He wants to see a flop, but he's great at picking up on what other people are doing and reacting accordingly. So
I think he knows how to beat bad players really well, and then
yeah,
I think that's a skill set in and of itself of playing against weaker players. Like, I think there's a spectrum of which when you play this game that you have to have a particular style for the Maniacs, a particular style for the Nits, and a particular style for the, the kind of the in-between. So
You basically took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say the best players, the best Omaha players I know are people who know how to take advantage of bad players. Just destroy the bad player. And Scott's one of those guys. You weren't in here earlier, but he talked about winning $70,000 in one night playing 1-3 PLO. And that is definitely taking advantage of bad players. And here's Scott flop top set.
Here we go.
Oh, here's
top
Doug
set.
Doug's got a king-high flush draw. Oh, boy, and Doug is pushing right over the top.
Got top and bottom. Obviously, that's no good, but he does have the king-high flush draw. MJ clearly not deterred as 630 back to him with aces and the ace of spades. Bottom pair. Oh, boy.
I mean, most players here with a big bet and a call are not going to go ahead and call here with aces because aces really aren't that strong in PLO. This is not Hold'em, but hey, with MJ, who knows? We'll wait and see.
Oh, boy. 630 more. I would love MJ's hand a little bit more if it was like ace-ace-5, so that there's a little bit of a wheel draw there. I mean, I guess.
I'm a little bit shocked. MJ's asking what Fireman Scott's hand is. And he pushes. Wow. What a push into that flop.
Oh, no. This could be a big opportunity here for Scott.
Scott insta-call. I just said, 2 seconds ago, I said I'm waiting for Fireman Scott to make a big move to really build that stack, and here we are. Top set, but boy, Doug is dangerous over there with that spade draw.
Yeah.
35% to win. Got a spade draw, also got a 25 in his hand, which seems inconsequential, but actually does give him a running straight draw. He's also got a running club draw. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
9 connects.
Sure
Gonna fade an
ace.
Doug. And you gotta be effing kidding me.
Oh, boy.
That is so gross.
MJ put it in. What was he?
There was 8% on the flop with 2 cards to come. And I'm trying to think back if there was, if both of those aces were live. If there was anybody, I don't recall of any of the hands that were.
I don't remember an ace in the. Yeah, I think both aces were live, but that's an.
No. It was a 1 out because Josie had ace king 9-6.
Josie did have ace king.
Yeah, he had ace king 9-6, so a 1 outer for Fireman Scott. And this guy, the poker gods are angry at Fireman Scott for some reason. That's the only thing I can think of is to get 1 out in that spot is
4%.
About as.
He picks up $2,500. I think that pop was about $3,400 total. That would have been a big swing for Fireman Scott. He'd gone from $2,000 to $3,400. You can't really get in much better than against a guy drawing to 1 out. So.
Well, now I understand why he came in here with a drink in his hand. He kind of popped in here for a sec, wanted to grab the mic, but I had no idea as to what was about to happen. But that is. It's one of those where if you're playing at a TCH and that happens to you, you're going to step off the table, step out in the parking lot, find a trash can, and throw up right in it.
Yeah, Scott left his tip chips on the table. I don't know if he's coming back into the game or not. But I wouldn't blame him if he took a long break after that one. That was nasty.
Yeah,
Doug got flat in there too, by the way. I mean, we got 2 players all in on that hand. Both lost their whole stacks. I said earlier that it was interesting seeing MJ with 4,000. Now he's got, I'm going to take a guess. I can't see the statistics. I'm going to guess 62 to 6,500. He's got a big stack in front of him. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch a guy with a 90% VPIP. Also, our raise leader at the table, almost 40% of the time he raises, he's got, over $6,000 in front of him. Certainly makes this an interesting game for the rest of the night.
Yeah, that is. You're licking your chops, but you also might be proceeding with caution with a guy who's on a heater. As
I'm not going to lie, I want to see Mike Youngblood get in there and do a little hit and run action. I want to.
I might, if there's a seat, I think the list is open right now. I might just take that little dealer money I made today, slap down 200, and Leroy Jenkins my way into the pod.
I tell you, it's amazing that there's a list. I've been here to Texas Card House Austin quite a few times. I mean, this club is usually jamming. This is a great place to play. I'm shocked that there isn't a list for this game. That's amazing. I mean, the club is doing well tonight. I can't believe there's not a list. I wonder if people have walked by, seen the stacks, or seen the action and just said, nah, I think I'll play Hold'em, or I think I'll try a different game.
It's partially. The Saturdays have been either kind of hit or miss. If there's a big UFC fight, sometimes that we'll have more people that tend to stay home for something like that. So, yeah, this was kind of organized a little later than I think a lot of people may have anticipated, but I've been trying to get the word out that it's
Nick from Yuma says he called it off with ace, no draw, nothing. Yeah, that was pretty sick, Nick. 4%. He hit the 4% shot. But you know what? That's the nature of the game. Sometimes it's going to happen. I know Scott is probably sick right now.
Yeah, I don't want to. And the thing is, I like Scott. I have no reason to have to go in there and try to take more money off him. I was like, dude, you gotta run it back up. I don't want, but no, I kid.
I tell you what, if Scott's gonna, I don't know if Scott's gonna take another shot, but boy, this would be a great game to do. I mean, and here he comes. He's coming right into the game.
He's bringing the heat here. Let's go.
As I said, I think he's got maybe $700-800 there. This is a great game to turn $700-800 into $4,000-5,000. I mean, this is just wide open action. We had a 6-way all-in.
Yeah. I was on the outside of the table watching it when it was happening.
Whoops, Scott tried to buy the button, and he was just a second too late. Uh-oh. There we go.
Yeah. Relatively newish guy there, Thomas, doing a pretty good job for us.
Yeah, no. Your dealers tonight have been fantastic. The dealers are doing a good job. The thing that's impressed me the most, Mike, they have called the pot dead on, and that is hard to do.
It is.
It's a tough game sometimes.
Especially if it's becoming super aggro like this one can be. Like it's easy to conk out the pot if you get a really passive game, but you start getting pot. You can kind of have a lot of mental fatigue as far as the numbers are concerned.
If you're sitting at home and think dealing's an easy job, tell me what 180 times 3 plus 60 plus 60 plus 140 in the pot is real quick. And I got to tell you, that's what these dealers are doing, and it is impressive. It's always 3 times the last bet plus the trailers, which includes the pot, and these dealers are spot on. Great job, guys.
Thanks. All right.
We got MJ. Oh, by the way, we had several people saying, hey, we want to see Mike Youngblood in the PLO. We want to see him deal. We want to see what kind of dealer he is.
But do you think any of these guys want to get up from this game right now? That's the thing.
No. I mean the dealing.
Oh, yeah. I thought I was about to go in, and then it just the Red Sea parted, and they said, hey, you can go home. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll stick back here with Manger here for a moment.
That's fun. I appreciate you coming back. I really do. Like you, I'm just glad you're here. It's a lot of fun. Joe C. pushes his stack, gets insta-called by MJ. Joe C's ace is going to hold up, I think. Aces and threes.
Going to run it twice, it looks like.
Did they agree to run it twice?
I'm not sure if there appears to be.
I got to tell you, right now we have a great view of Scott's hat. It's 10 gallon with some of the posters I've been putting up in Houston. I'm surprised he doesn't need a bigger hat for that head of his. But a lot of chatter at this table, more than I've ever seen on the stream, to be honest. And right now is a perfect example.
Let's hear what
I'm
they're
not
saying.
sure what happens. I think Joe C said no, rip it. I think that MJ said run it twice. Interesting to see what happened. Joe C says he did not agree to run it twice.
Yeah, I think we can do that in the regulation games. Okay, so he wanted to do one flop and then 2 turns and rivers, but Like, we can do that in a regulation game here at TCH, but on the live stream, because of how the action tracker works, it just...
Wow. I'm just going to tell you, this is the difference between Houston poker and Austin poker. In Houston, standard practice. In Austin, not so much.
Well, I mean, we've done it. It's just a matter for the action tracker that it's...
It's a difficult, yeah.
Yeah. It's more about the action tracker in the room, because, like, we're open to do all that kind of stuff.
I'll tell you right now, though, I know Joe C., and most of the time he says rip it. There have been times I've been in pots with him, and I've said, Joe, you want to run it twice? Rip it are the words I hear.
Run it twice, gate.
Interesting. Yeah, run it twice, gate. Here we go. Not to get political, but, yeah, run it twice,
Everything's a gate now. That's
interesting to see what happens here. Or interested to see what happens here. Joe looks sick. Oh, wow. Okay, so they said 2 boards, and Joe said yes. In Houston, 2 boards means you put out a flop, you put out 2 turns, 2 rivers. Apparently, it's slightly different here at Texas Card House Austin.
Yeah.
Fireman Scott says, quote, that is a fucking bullshit rule. I've never heard Scott actually get this adamant at the table about a situation. I'm pretty surprised that he's taken such a strong line.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things that we have to take into consideration. It's not about, like, what we would do regulation-wise, as far as, like, if you were out on any of the regular tables, you could 100% do that, but it's with the action tracker the way it is, it's just... It presents a lot of challenges, so it is not. You can hear this more than I can, so I'm just seeing a lot of hand gestures.
Scott just asked MJ. He said, "Don't you know what flop twice is? Run 2 turns, 2 rivers." MJ said, "I've never heard of that." I don't know how it goes here in Austin, but I'll tell you that is the standard in Houston. I'll tell you right now, Joe C. was not trying to pull a punch there. He wasn't trying to do anything tricky. He wasn't trying to, win the whole pot by lying or cheating. That is the standard in Austin, and that's just the difference between the two cities.
And I get probably not surprised it happens if we got something lost in translation where we've got completely 2 different ecosystems as far as what is typically done versus, like, what you want, and that's what makes it challenging for a dealer sometimes, is that if you come in from out of town, like, make sure you know what's going on so that this whole incident doesn't happen. Sure. Oh wow, is MJ he's putting up his chips? No effing way is he getting up here?
I'm hoping he's coloring up. I don't think those are coloring up. Offended by the situation that he's gonna cash out. I'm hoping he's just gonna color up here. I mean, it's just a difference. Like you said, it's 2 different ecosystems, Houston versus Austin.
So is there a seat open right now?
But I'll tell you right now.
All right, guys, I'm gonna grab a TC. All right. I'm gonna go short stack it here, get in the mix.
We're up to 413 viewers. A lot of fun. 413 viewers. Go ahead and click that like button. We'd love to see more likes. We got 51, trying to get over 100 tonight. I will tell you, when I first came here from St. Louis and somebody said run it twice pre-flop, I thought that meant 2 full boards, because that's what we do in St. Louis. So Fireman Scott right now is saying, no, that's not what you do. You run 2, you flop, and then twice turn, flop, twice river. I'll tell you, the rest of the country, or at least a portion of the rest of the country, that is not the standard. You can't blame the dealer there. That's just the difference between Austin and Houston. They should have clarified it a little bit better than they did. Feel bad for Joe, because I know that Joe did not. I know what he meant, because he plays in Houston regularly, but that's not the standard here. And every place you play, you have a duty as a player to protect your own interests. You got to make sure that they're going to do exactly what you think they're going to do. Feel bad for Joe because he didn't win the whole pot. I hope it didn't make MJ so mad that he's really cashing out of the game, but it looks that way. And I don't think either player was taking a shot. I just think it's an unfortunate set of circumstances. I've talked to both guys. I know Joe C. pretty well. I've spoken to MJ. I've played against him in a game. He's a really good guy. It's unfortunate to see him racking up right now and getting out of the game over that. It's really, really too bad. Scott's really railing on the dealer. I got to tell you, I know Scott pretty well. Scott is accustomed to Houston poker. He plays in Houston constantly. He's used to that meaning one thing. I'll tell you, I've never seen him rail on a dealer like this, and I don't want to say he's wrong necessarily, but I will say he's not right whenever he says it's never done anywhere. Like I said, the first time I came to Missouri, and I said run it twice pre-flop, I thought we're getting 2 full boards. We got flop twice in Houston, and it burned me pretty bad, and I was irritated. I got up, I walked away from the table. The floor saw that I was irritated. I talked to the floor. They explained the situation here. It does vary across the country, and this is just an example of it varying from literally interstate, from Houston to Austin, just 143 miles apart. But hey, so players, if you're out there and watching, pay attention when you're in the game. Make sure your interests are protected, and make sure that what's going to happen actually, what you think is going to happen actually happens. Everett flopped an open and straight flush here with a flush, jack high, and oh, I'm sorry, I thought he had the 9 of diamonds. My apologies. Everett flushed a jack high flush. I'm surprised we didn't see a bet or a raise there from, a raise there from Everett. Considering that 4 diamonds came on the board, it changes the texture of the board. There he goes, $50. I knew at some point he would go ahead and make a bet. He was playing it pretty tight there, hoping Howard would bet the whole way, and I'm sure he's looking to check raise the river. Everett takes down a $240 pot. We'll move on from the drama a couple of hands ago, but yeah, like I say, that's just the difference between playing in 2 different places. There's a lot of variation in the rules from place to place. Always make sure you know the rules of the game you're playing in. Unfortunate to see MJ check out there due to that hand. But that said, hey, he leaves with, I don't know his exact stack, but I think close to $6,500. MJ had a real nice stack. Good for him. He locked up a nice win, and it left a spot open. I think we might see Mike Youngblood get into the game. He's going to hopefully sit down in that 6th seat. It'll be a lot of fun to see Mike fired up with these guys. He told me he's going to short buy. I would love nothing more than to see Mike Youngblood buying for $300 and running into $2,000 and say, oh, guys, sorry, I just got a call from my wife. I got to go. That's nothing against the players at the table. Mike's just a good guy, and I'd love to see him have a really successful night. He's about to put his tips from his dealing shift, into the pot.
Everybody to rescan their cards, please. 5 players.
All right, we got Doug with ace, king, jack, double suited. He's got the ace, jack of spades, the king, 5 of hearts. I like Doug's hand a lot right now, especially with that flop. He flopped top 2. In fact, he flopped what we call a mirror. Now, a mirror in Omaha is whenever you have 3 cards in your hand and you flop those 3 cards on the board. If he turns a jack, it'll be called a big mirror. However, Doug bets the pot. Everyone gets out of the way. Doug takes it down.
I'm posting the $6 for Everett. They don't have time to edit it. They don't edit it. Well, I mean, it's 10 minutes away, so. What the fuck you do?
I'll be honest, I know a lot of stats about poker, but one I don't know, and I'm curious about, if anybody wants to comment in the chat, what are the odds of flopping a mirror? I don't know. I don't know the odds of flopping a big mirror. That means turning all 4 pair in your hand. But if anybody happens to know, I'd be really interested in learning. We got Kawika, K-A-W-I-K-A, saying that there wasn't enough clarification on the rule from the dealer on the hand involving Joe and MJ. You know, I'm going to have to agree to disagree there. The dealers here tonight have been fantastic. They said run it twice pre-flop. I take that as we're going to run 2 boards. In Houston, that means you're going to put out a flop. You're going to put out 2 turns, 2 rivers. I'm not going to blame the dealer on that one. You know, there did need to maybe be a little bit more clarification. But at some point in poker, it's always up to the players to protect their own interests. It was an unfortunate turn of events for Joe C. I know he's really let down right now. And I also know Joe. He's a great guy. I know he wasn't taking a shot there. He's let down that you know, that he didn't win that whole pot. It was a big pot. Joe pushes his stack with this spade draw. Actually, no pair at the moment. Doug calls with aces and sevens, sensing that Joe's still upset. I'm not surprised that Doug made the call he did. Howard says all in with King, Jack, Jack, 6. I'm not sure what Howard's really doing here or what he's really searching for, but you know, be interesting to see the hand run out. Okay, now they're doing it what we'll call the Houston way. They're running a flop and then twice on the turn in the river. All right, Howard turns a set, and Howard's jacks hold up on the flop there. Howard takes it all. That'll be a pot of, I don't know, $1,100-$1,200. We'll see what happens. I can tell Joe is just really irritated about that pot a few hands ago. He's looking to get his stack in there. In fact, Joe just decided, you know what, forget it. I'm going to take my $110 and go. Really unfortunate that a rules misunderstanding, a rules argument is going to cause such a situation in the game. We saw MJ check out. We saw Joe, a skilled regular player, check out. It's really unfortunate. But definitely looking forward to Mike Youngblood taking that 6 or 7 seed. I think this will be a lot of fun to get Mike into the game. All right, we got one big blind. The straddle's on as it has been all night. We got a enforced live straddle in the game. All the players have agreed to that, so it's always $6, 1 spot past the big blind. Makes the first bet $25. Scott Still's talking about the Joe C hand, Joe C MJ hand. Yeah, it really is just a difference, you know, a difference in location, a difference in play. It's unfortunate to see Scott so upset about the situation. He's used to a certain, you know, a certain style of play, a certain way of play, and something different happened here. All right, Everett flops a pair with a gutter ball. We go check, check, check to the turn. We got Fireman Scott in there now. He's got 2 pair, ace with an 8. Everett bet out. He's only about 20% to win this pot with a gutter ball at the moment. Actually, he's double gutted now that I look at it. He's got a king or a 9 to win the pot. That gives Fireman Scott a rivered mirror, which isn't nearly as powerful as a flop mirror, but ace 9-4, ace 8-4, and ace 8 will take down the pot. Top 2 pair, or 2 pair. I apologize. I think that the hand with Joe C and MJ even has me a little flustered. Ethan in the text said TCH Houston doesn't wipe clean like that. He's talking about wiping down the seat. We absolutely try to wipe down every seat as they come open. We apologize if you're not satisfied with that service, but we absolutely try to do it. In fact, we have extra staff on board, or our brush dealers should be doing so. Great to see them, you know, working so hard to protect the players, protect the staff, protect protect the public in general with the mask, with wiping down the seats, etc. here at TCH Austin. In fact, for those of you that were complaining earlier, I believe Doug Baxley was approached by the floor and told, "Hey, man, you need to get a full mask on." And now, as you can see, he does. Just a testament to what a great job Austin is doing enforcing those PPE rules. Josh W. commented in the text, "I'm fairly new to playing poker, but I've always been told to make sure I know the rules for each place I play." Josh, that's great advice, and yeah, it would have paid dividends here for Joe. Being a manager in Houston and a regular player in Houston, I can tell you that what Joe described is exactly how we would do it in Houston. They do it a little different here in Austin. He would have loved to have known that, but as you've pointed out, it's up to the player at some point to protect their own interests. Joe's a great player, great guy. Like I've said many times now, was not taking a shot at the game there. He was genuinely confused by why the rules were different here than they are in Houston. Hate to see it happen, I really do. We lost two good players. MJ, who plays definitely I don't want to say wide open, but a pretty darn open game with a 90% VPIP. And then Joe, who is a regular crusher in Houston. So it's really a shame to see those two players exit the game so early. Especially over a rules dispute that could have been taken care of just by asking a question or just by verifying ahead of time. All right. Doug with top set loses a pot here to Everett, who's got 10 queen flopped open-ended, takes it down on the river with the 9. $900 pot. Probably leaving Doug a little bit shell-shocked. He had a couple $1,000s earlier. Doug's fortunes have certainly changed, but I'll tell you, he's a good player, and he is more than capable of coming back, building that stack into, about a $700, $800 stack from what I can see into a monster. So keep an eye on Doug. We'll see what he can do. I've seen him do it many times at TCH Houston. Great guy, good player, a lot of fun to be around. Doug's a gem for sure. Fireman Scott's got pocket queens. Suited to the clubs, but he's got 3 in his hand. Takes away his own outs a little bit. Nobody's got it. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Allen has the deuce in his hand. Earlier I talked about danglers, and there you go. Allen's got a deuce dangler. In fact, his whole hand, other than that ace, is basically danglers. He flops 3 deuces, and Allen takes it down easy. Again, Allen's 3 small kids are apparently at home watching. They're big fans of Fireman Scott. That's super cool. And, hey, I think your dad's doing okay. Here's a statistic I'll tell you, though. Your dad's not raising a whole lot pre-flop. He's a limper for sure. But I believe his stack has gone up since we started. So keep rooting for Dad. He's doing a nice job. All right, William Mucks. It's over to Everett. Everett's got he's got 4 wheel cards. He's gonna pop it, raise it up. He's got the ace-4 suited with 4 wheel cards. He's open for a little small card flop. See what he can do. Howard gets in there with queen 10 deuce 6. Queen suited to that too. Got the diamonds. And Howard flops top pair with the 10. Let's see what he does. Actually, top 2 pair, 10s and 6s. An example of hitting the dangler. Everett fires it right on up. Howard bet 50. So again, just going by the math. Uh-oh. We got a call and we run out. Howard, they're running it twice, it looks like. Howard's got 6s full of 10s on the first board. And Howard has Let's see. He's got 10s and 6s on the second board. But it looks like Everett ran out red nut clubs. So we're going to chop it up. I think they both made maybe a few bucks on that pot. Not nearly as exciting as we thought it might be. If Howard run it once, he'd have had a nice pot for sure. All right, we're in the chat, and Stephen Bolu says, I missed the issue. Can you recap? The issue is a simple one. In Houston, whenever you say run it twice pre-flop, it typically means flop twice. In Austin, apparently it means two full boards. And two players had their wires crossed on the meaning here, and as it turned out, that really strongly affected the outcome. And as it is, within a few hands, both players actually quit the game. Gary C. says, my belly button is full of lint and smells like spoiled sardines. I'll tell you, Gary, I think you have a serious issue. You probably ought to take a shower, wash that out. If it doesn't stop smelling of sardines, I'd go to your doctor immediately.
Made the rule to fit the guy that they wanted it to fit. I know what happened.
Actually, it would have been the same result.
All right, we got Howard betting 100 here with queens. We've got top pair on the board, as well as a pair of queens. Fires 100, take it down.
3-hour stream, a 5-hour stream, 5-hour stream, 4-hour stream, not one time in 4 boards. Has 2 full boards at the beginning. Not one time.
Got a new player sitting down in the 6th seat.
What do you want your name to be, sir?
I think, in fact, now that I look at it, I think that is Mike Youngblood. Looks like he went and grabbed a Texas Card House Austin shirt to get into the game, so he wasn't his dealing gear. And here's Mike Youngblood firing into the game. This should be a lot of fun. All right, Everett with a lot of straight cards. He's got ace-10 suited, 7, 9, 10. A lot of possibilities with a hand like that. Scott mucks a pair of 6s. If that ace had been suited, I'm sure he'd have been in the hand. Doug, we don't know what he has, but he's going to shoot it on up. Raise. All right. Because this is pot limit, he can't make it the full 100. He 3-bets to $85. It's around to Everett. He says, no problem. All right, so that'll make between those two players 170. There's a dead 10 in the pot, so $180 pot. Doug's got aces, queen, jack, ace, all clubs. So he's got aces within a suited ace. Everett did not flop a heart draw, didn't really flop much. I expect a bet from Doug and a fold, and that's exactly what happened. In fact, Everett bet before Doug even reached for, or I'm sorry, Everett folded before Doug even reached for his chips. Alrighty, we're up to 63 likes. We're at 413 now watching. That's nice. Nice to see that number grow. Love to see that like amount grow. It just went up to 64 as I'm watching. We're hoping to hit 100 tonight. We have 4 thumbs down. I'm sure that's because the legendary Michael Youngblood is not in the booth tonight. I apologize if my Brockmeyer style isn't to your satisfaction. I'm doing the best I can. But yeah, we'd love to see 64 turn into 100. If you can hit that like button, we would really appreciate it. All right, I like Everett's hand. He's got ace queen suited, 6-5 suited. That gives him 2 straight draws as well as 2 flush draws. I don't see any other spade draws out there in anyone's hand, although Doug's is blind. It'll be interesting to see what he's got there. We got Jack, Jack, Queen 9 from the Fireman with the Queen 9 suited. And we got ace king, deuce 4 from Howard. Hoping for a low flop. All right. Everett fires 100 at the king, queen 7 flop. With really no draw, just a pair of queens. But it's enough. They say, take it down, sir. $289 going his way. He hasn't played many hands, but Mike J, I'm proud of him, is leading our aggression frequency, 55%. I got to say, Everett is a continuation bet machine. If he raises pre-flop, Everett continues with it. He's at 45%. And just based on the stack over there, running pretty good. J Henry 24 says in the chat, Mike folding hands MJ was 3-betting. Well, in fairness to Mike, I think most of us would fold hands MJ was 3-betting, although MJ walked away tonight with somewhere between $6,200 and $6,500, so good for him. MJ ran it over, had a little bit of a dispute, and said, hey, you know what, I'm out of here. I'll just take this profit and call it a night. All right, we got Howard with kings here. Ace king suited. And flops a set. Everett, who's been pretty aggressive with his with top pair the whole time, raises with ace 10 suited. Everett's all in for $2,500. Howard flopped a set of kings. And he's going to scoop a pot. Good for Howard. He picks up $1,000 on that hand. He's been waiting for a hand like that for a while.
And that's, I mean, the software set up to do it that way. Like, I've never seen a place where running it twice is one spot.
Like I said, that was the first time I was in Houston. I said 2 boards and they did that. I was like, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that. So they're definitely the anomaly. So he has to be one that's thinking about it.
Can you please scan your card, sir? How many people? Please scan, Mike. 25. I got it. I'm not having fun on one too, though. But I got no plan. 30.
All right, jumping back in here, Doug takes it down. Kind of a classic situation whenever you have a set versus a, two pair or a mirror on a board, and that board pairs. Boy, it can put you in a rough spot, and that's what Everett's feeling right now. He feels like he got robbed there, but it happens for sure. Omaha is a crazy game. You got 4 cards, you got 5 on the board. Anything can happen every pot. Somebody commented on the chat. Let me take a look. They say Mike Youngblood has some guns. Mike Youngblood getting some compliments on the physique there. I know Mike, and I have a funny feeling he's going to be as surprised as anyone as he calls 6 here with 6, 5, 8, 9. A lot of straight cards in the 85 suited. Oh. Everett's in there with ace 10 deuce 4. He's got 3 wheel cards in his hand as well as the ace 10 of diamonds. Doug's in the pot with ace queen jack 4 double suited. He's got 3 Broadway cards with double suited hands, hearts, and diamonds. Howard's in there with the ace 4-5, ace 10. He's got a mixture of Broadway and wheel cards with the ace 4 of clubs. And Mike J folds to 5, 6, 8, 9. That's unfortunate. With all these big cards out there, I gotta like his hand going to the flop. Everett pushes the stack. Ace 10, deuce 4, the wheel cards double suited, pushes $3,800. Doug's all in for $235. Howard's all in for $170. And Allen is all in with king, king, queen 10, 3 spades in his hand, but he's got the king high spade draw. Allen's a clear favorite here at 40%. It'll be interesting to see how this hand runs out. Howard's actually in second place, winning a quarter of the time with that ace-high flush draw, as well as the 45 and the 10 in his hand. Everett, the guy who pushed his stack, is under 20% to win the pot. But hey, it's Omaha. Anything can happen. And Doug is in there double suited, but his jack 4 is dominated by Everett's ace 10, and just a whole lot of his straight cards are already burnt by the other player's hands. So it'll be interesting to see how this runs out. If I remember right, I can't see the hands on board, but Allen had king queen. Sure enough, he does have king queen. It looks like Howard flopped the nut draw but missed. Everett's hand with that ace 10's no good. Doug missed a gut shot. He flopped top pair but missed a gut shot straight draw on the flop. Allen is going to hold up, take down a nice pot. He's going to make about $800 on that with the king queen for the straight. Broadway. Wow, I hate to say it, but boy, the Houston players have thinned out fast. First, we lost Joe C. with a little bit of controversy earlier. Then we lost Scott, and now Doug and Howard look like they're not coming back into the game. I'm going to have to guess that Austin is way up in the exchange tonight. Hate to see an Austin victory, being a Houston guy, but I've played at this club a lot of times. A lot of great people. Great club, great atmosphere. It's where poker started in Texas. I invite and encourage anybody to come out anytime. You'll have a great time, a lot of fun here. Wonderful staff. The service has really been second to none in my experience here, and unlike most of these Houston players, I've had a pretty good run in Austin. I definitely enjoy coming down here to play. All right, we got 8-10 jack, deuce double suited. Everett, he's got that deuce dangler, but he's double suited. We got Allen in there with king jack jack 8, Flops a gut shot. Actually, double gutter. No, just a gut shot with a 10. His straight would go to the king. And we got William in there. Percentage-wise, wasn't that far far behind, but the fact is he could have no way of knowing that. He throws it in. Everett scoops a pot. It's an all Austin game now, as Mike Youngblood just said. I would love to jump in there myself, but I'm going to be stuck here commentating. Mike's wearing a Razor mask, I see. Razor is actually a brand owned by Houston player and online YouTube phenom Wes Cutshaw. Wes himself doesn't play Omaha. He's a strictly Hold'em player, but a pretty successful one. And a pretty good guy. Wes, a lot of people don't know, makes his primary living owning a couple of different websites that support protecting animals as well as finding lost animals. Along with being a constant 60 to 100,000 views per video guy on YouTube, Wes is also a pretty good guy. Definitely loves animals and has made a major contribution really in protecting them. All right, Allen flops top pair open-ended. I was going to guess 90%, but he's 82% to win this pot. Everett sitting over there with just a pair of threes. No real draws. Allen bets, Everett folds, and that's exactly what we'd expect.
Full boards. 2 clocks, 2 turns, 2 rivers.
How about we put in some high double? That would be typical. Yeah, it would. But I'm sure we can make it happen. I mean, I'm sure if we all work together, we can make it happen there. You got like 25 there or something.
Shooting a text right now to Fireman Scott, see if he wants to come back, join me in the booth. Would love to get his input on the play and just on everything that happened at the table. It might be very entertaining at this point. Just got a text from a regular Houston poker player as well as a supervisor at Texas Card House Houston, Chris Hall, and he says Houston greater than signed. Austin greater than signed Houston. I think he's conceding that Houston has forfeited to Austin tonight, and the Austin players have dominated. I think MJ leaving the game with 6,000 pretty much wrapped that up, unless somebody went on a crazy run. But I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. I'm a little bit let down to see my Austin guys bailing out of the game. But hopefully that means we get Scott back here to call the game with me for a while. Could be a lot of fun. All right, William calls there with the nut spades after Everett fires out with the jack-high spade draw and a pair of nines. Mike J's got eights with a king-jack and says, not for me. He had the gutter ball, but he's not quite as insane as some of the players we've seen tonight. Ruh-roh, now we got nut spades versus the jack-9 spades. Bet, quick call. And in the words of Aziz Ansari, oh no! Gonna take it down real quick, William. $400 going his way. Got a little Austin on Austin bloodshed. Nothing too serious, though. We had the nut spades versus the third nut spades. Both of them went runner to runner. Typically, runner-runner is a 20-to-1 situation. It was actually a higher percentage than that, higher than 5%. 5%, considering Everett had another spade in his hand and considering we had several folded pre-flop. But the players don't know that. Whenever you go runner-runner like that, you have to feel like your hand is pretty strong. No reason Everett shouldn't call there. Mike J's down to $99. He's got 99 problems, and his stack is 1. I'm hoping Mike will run that up. Love to see him do something here shortly. Let's see what he's playing with. Mike J's got queen 7-8 deuce. A lot of these guys will call with that hand. Mike playing a little bit more solid style, but it's not paying off, that's for sure so far. Mucks it in, and we end up with William with the nut club draw with a deuce 3. He's looking for some wheel cards, which he received in the 35 on the board. And Everett with 5, 6, 9 queen. Not a premium hand, but hey, that's the way this game's been going. He flopped middle pair. I talked about those wheel cards, and there you go, William. You asked, you received. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll make a wheel. Everett does not have diamonds, but calls quickly with his straight draw. William locks up the pot, bets. If Everett calls here, I'll fall out of my chair. There's a fold. William takes down a small pot, 80 bucks, $73 actually. We had a comment in the chat. Somebody said, shame to see a situation like that hurt a game. Totally agree. It was just a difference in rules from one place to another. It is the player's responsibility to know the rules. You know, and it's too bad that wasn't clarified ahead of time. I don't think either player was taking a shot. It's just part of the game. You play in a new place, there might be a slightly different set of rules. It's always good to know what you're dealing with before you get involved. But I totally agree. It's unfortunate to see it have such an effect on the green, or I'm sorry, on the game. Allen flops a set of 10s there. He's got a king in his hand, gonna block one of his own full house draws. Mike J has ace, queen, jack with a pair of 7s. That'll put him open-ended with a pair of 7s versus set. And then Everett. Everett gets out of the way. Sounds like they're going to run it twice. Mike J, this should be about a coin flip. Yep, 54-46. I'm not going to lie, I shouldn't root for anybody, but I'm rooting for Mike J. I want to see him take one down. He wins the first one with the ace-queen, makes him a straight. He comments that he should have run it once like a badass. That's okay, Mike. You look pretty cool in that mask nonetheless. Allen makes a full house on the second board with the king 10. Mike makes a straight on the first board. And they will chop it up. I know the odds were long. I was definitely hoping that Mike J would run Pier twice there and take it all down. We have 413 folks joining us at the moment. We're at 64 likes. Please smash that like button. We'd love to see that number get to 100. We just had the comment, four-handed. I'm out of here. I got to tell you, it is a little bit of a letdown, but four-handed Omaha is pretty interesting. I got to tell you, range has to open up. Might be interesting to see how this game plays out. I definitely encourage you to stay with us. A lot of players don't play well short-handed, but boy, is it ever a great skill to have. Might be worth hanging out, checking out the action, and seeing how these guys react to certain situations. All right, we've got William raising to 20. He's got the king 10 suited with a queen in his hand and a 6 dangler. Everett has pocket 7s with a 4 deuce, and Allen has the 98 with a 6-2 double suited. William flops middle pair with the second nut flush draw. Allen bets $50. Pretty much a bet and error, but he does have a pair of 2s. William makes trip queens, gets the check mark. Good hand, sir. I don't expect any action from here on out. Allen took a shot on the flop, and as expected, they go check, check. Actually, no, Allen bets 75. And William folds. Allen shows the bluff. Gotta love it. Absolutely gotta love it with that ace hitting the board. It was really a pretty timely move. I'm a little surprised William didn't call 75 there, but again, timely move from Allen there. I know his 3 kids are watching at home. They're Fireman Scott fans. Sorry, kids. The Fireman Scott has bailed on the game for the time being, but hey, at least Dad's making good moves out there. Mike J gets king, 7, 7, 2 pair in his hand with the king 7 suited. Everett gets 10, 10, 6, 8 with the 10, 8 suited. And Allen goes 10, 10, queen 5 with the 10, 5 suited. So we've got 4 pairs in 3 hands, and we've got a lot of flush draws. We got hearts covered, we got spades covered, we got diamonds covered. And unfortunately, the flop that comes is clubs, the one suit we don't have. Everett with a bare pair of 10s, bets 45. Allen, it's 45 to call his direction. He's got a gut shot with a pair of 10s. 2 players, 2 pairs. Mike J folds his kings because that ace comes out there. They don't call them ace magnets for nothing. Everett scoops a pot. Mike apologizes to TCH Live that he's failed. We don't consider you a failure quite yet, Mike. You're only down $33, buddy. Hang in there and let's see something happen. In fact, 8, 9, 10, jack, double suited. Let's raise it up, man. There you go. Thank you very much. Make it a quarter. 3-handed. That is a monster hand. But we got ace high diamonds with the queen 8 coming in there. Uh-oh, Mike is, it looks like he's pushing dark. He's just getting that stack in play as fast as possible. I don't know if the 2 players agreed to run it out. I think they did. I think they're running for his stack. Oh, I'd love to see him hit something here. They're running 2 full boards. Boy, I wish Mike would have just run it twice again, or I'm sorry, once again. He would be just running super peer. If I remember right, they should be chopping this pot up. Sure enough, Mike wins $5. I'm sorry, Mike wins $4. Everett wins 5. I wish Mike was just running once. He'd have a big stack in front of him at this point. A lot of folks on the chat are rooting for Mike Youngblood. Come on, Mike, let's make some moves, is what I'm reading. Love it. We got some political chat, which I'm going to ignore every time. Definitely not getting stuck in that muck. Yeah, we got some folks who are talking about Daniel Negreanu. It's interesting how D-Negs, I tell you, it tells you how pervasive he is and what a personality he is. He always seems to come up in these chats. And of all the poker players in the world, he's the one who seems to come up the most often. I can tell you now, I know him a little bit. I've hung out with him in Vegas. Daniel Negreanu is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. It's not an act. That is just who he is. All right now Mike J's good with ace-queen. 8 hits the turn. Still no pair. Mike J has a gut shot straight draw. And Mike misses everything. Would have liked to have seen him maybe make a bet there on the flop or turn, but Everett takes it down with a pair of tens. So the game's gotten a little bit slow. We're definitely hoping some players will join. Everett's having a great day. He's got 3,000 in front of him. MJ left the game earlier. He was in Mike Youngblood's spot. He left with somewhere between 63 and 6,500. A really nice stack. Hate to give it up for Austin today, but boy, they have dominated the Houston players. A lot of my friends, a lot of guys I play with regularly, but Austin has run the game over. All right, we got 9, 9, 10 king double suited from Allen. On Everett's side, we got some straight cards and some flush cards. We got a pair of 8s with Jack 7. Neither hand flopped particularly strong, but Allen flopped top pair with a gut shot straight draw. All right. Allen makes a straight. 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. And Everett's going to take a second look. He was probably hoping to turn a club or a heart there. Maybe a little runner action. It's typically a 20-to-1 spot. And Everett does the prudent thing. Throws his cards in. Allen rakes a pot. There you go, kids. Watching at home. Dad wins again. $6 to Colin William. He's got about 2K in the stack. He's going to raise it up. Not sure of his hand yet. Doesn't look like it read well with the reader. Over to Mike Youngblood, $25. Let's see what he does. He says, no thank you. Folds the 8643. Those were some straight cards. He'd be gapped there in one spot, but a lot of Omaha players like those cards, especially if they think other players have big cards, because, boy, you can scoop a monster sometimes and just blindside them. Everett's in there with Ace 10 7 7. He's got the ace suited to the 7s. And Allen's in there with Ace King 10 Jack. He's got 4 Broadway cards and he's double suited. 5 6 7 8 Shamil Shamagle. Williams in there. He's got double suited 5 6 7 8. He's looking for some middle cards and he hit them. Williams open ended with the 6 7 8 9. Everett, of course, flopped a set. Still got a set of 7s, turned a full house. And now he says, you know what, I think I'll bet my hand. $320. Let's see what William wants to do. Oh, I'm sorry, bet 100. Pot is. Bet $100. And William says, good hand, sir. Everett takes down about a $200 pot with 7s full of 9s. Once again, Everett having a great day. He's up over $3,000. He never went bust in the game. He's played a solid game the entire time. We saw Austin, we saw MJ from Austin take down several big pots, but one particularly massive pot. left the table with between $6,300 and $6,500. MJ ran him over today. He's known for being Mr. VPIP. Played to a 94% VPIP the first time he was on one of Fireman Scott's streams. And then today, I believe he played to about a 90% VPIP. Those numbers are astronomical. And yet, here he is, running the game over, cashing out 6,000. At the center are certainly playing a role in some controversy. I personally feel it probably shouldn't have been as controversial as it was, but sometimes that's the way it goes. All right, we got Mike J with ace queen of hearts and a 4-4. He flopped a monster set of fours with the nut heart draw. Everett has kings with the 68 over pair. Mike J says, hey, let's get it all in there. I think it's about $110, $115. Whoa, more than I think. What's he got there? Maybe 129 total? I assume Everett said call, hoping to see Mike J take down a pot. And Mike J's good to go. Set of fours holds strong. Ship him the pot, and all you people in the everybody online rooting for Mike J, there you go. Double it up. Way to go, buddy. Your regular commentator is in the game and doing well. I believe he only came in for 200. He's up about $100. I believe it's Mike J's straddle. Yeah, there we go. Mike Youngblood gets a straddle on. Action's on Everett first. He's got a pair of nines with the 93 suited. Raises it up, makes it $25. Allen folds. William folds. Mike J gets in there, calls 19. He's got king high spade suited. He's got ace jack king. Not a great flop for either hand, but Everett will go ahead and bet with nines. Just $5. Mike calls because, hey, it's nines. Why not? I'm sorry, it's $5. Why not? Now it's 10 on the turn. Mike J really has to think this one through. Oh, look at that pop, Mike. You got a call here. Come on. Oh, and he throws it away. All right, once again, Everett with $3,000, William with $1,800, Allen with $1,200. I know Everett and Allen are definitely up a little bit. I think William is up as well. In fact, I think he started with 3, rebought for 3, had one nice big pot, and has run good since then. And then, of course, we got Mike Youngblood in the game. He's got maybe 2.5, 270 in front of him. Actually, now that I look at his stat, he might have over $300. So all Austin players remaining at the table that started with 4 Austin players, 4 Houston players. In the battle of Austin versus Houston, Austin is definitely winning tonight as Everett flops the nut flush draw, as well as a gut shot straight draw with the 8-jack. Williams' hand is a mystery. He's betting. That's also a mystery. I feel like Everett's definitely going to call here with the nut flush draw and the straight draw. In fact, Everett might just say, let's go. We've seen him do it a few times tonight.
I either saved myself a lot of trouble or... Okay, yeah. Okay. That's quite funny, yeah.
Yep, indeed. Everett raised the pot. William said, hey, good for you. Proud of you, buddy. And Everett rakes it in.
Oh yeah, Mike, right on the aggression frequency. Close, close. As long as we're staying ahead of William. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable standard. That's like some low standards. If you get down there, you have to keep going. All right. Uh-oh, I angered him. You mentioned Patrick Antonius, who's finished, and by finished partially. He's a like player. I don't know how active he is. Everybody's king of cards.
All right, we got Alan with jacks. We got William with kings. He's got the king-queen suited. Alan has the 74 suited. William flops the set. This should be a quick hand, and sure enough, looks like it is. Set of kings good. Push the pot, push the dot, and we are moving on. All right, it's time to see Mike Youngblood fired up on his butt, and I'm excited to see him double that stack once again. He's under the gun. I'm hoping he gets a big hand here. Let's see what your regular commentator can do, representing the dealers and staff here at TCH Austin. Mike J with Jack 8-7-4 double suited. Calls 6. Everett fires it up. He's got 9s. With the 9-10 straight draws, he's got the 9-5 of hearts. William, we do not know what he has, but it looks like he went ahead and fired it on up. I think it's $105. Over to Everett with a pair of 9s, the 95 suited. 9-10 can certainly be scary at times. I've seen it crack aces many times in a hold'em game. It's just as deadly here in Omaha. And sure enough, Everett calls. We go check on the flop. 9 on the turn. That's a pretty big card for Everett. He's got 9s full now. William's got aces. 3 on the river. William announces he has aces. Everett says, I got 9s full. And William says, well, good for you. So happy I checked that flop. Everett takes it down. Tell you in PLO, it usually pays to be aggressive. If you think you're ahead on the flop, you just want to go ahead and bet your hand. Letting people see a turn with 4 cards can be awfully dangerous, and that last hand certainly highlighted that point well for us. All right, action's on Everett. We've got the live straddle going all night, being enforced. Got a quarter from Everett there with King Jack 3-5. Everett's pretty much raising almost every hand at this point. Allen gets in there with the 9-8-6-6. He's got straight draws as well as being double suited. Mike J says, why not? 3-4-6-7. That's a hand that can certainly wreak some havoc. It does not stand up well considering Allen's 4 cards, but a lot of times playing a hand like that is pretty deadly. This should put Everett squarely in the driver's seat. He turned 2 pair. He already had top pair, turned 2 pair. No one has a spade draw. No one really has any Broadway or high end straight card draws at all. Mike's having a little fun here. We know he's going to throw his cards in. The only card he could hit would be a 9. Take her down. Everett wins again. It's been a common refrain tonight. He's up to $3,400. Played a pretty solid game from the 8 seed. Mike J's up $28, and I'm still rooting hard for him. Straight a raise to 25. William calls a 24 with 4 cards we don't know yet. Mike J's in there with Jack 9-8 deuce. He's got the Jack 9-8 for straight cards. He's got Jack 9-8 deuce double suited. And he's got that deuce as a dangler. We talked about danglers earlier. Everett says, I think I'm going to fire it on up with my aces. He's got ace, ace, queen, queen with the ace, queen of diamonds. Only Mike J got out of the way. On that 7-3 deuce board. Really not much to do here. I expect Everett will go ahead and continue with those aces. Sure enough, he does. But William, with 4 blank cards, as far as we know, calls $150. Pot is $700. We go check, check on that turn. River's an ace. That hits Everett pretty hard. He has top set, although 4-5 would still be a monster, and any spades would more than get the job done. Interested to see what Everett does here as William bets 250. I expect a call. I don't expect a raise. I'll be very surprised if he folds, but we don't know William's hand. As far as we know, he's got 4 blank cards. I'm going to go ahead and give him credit for the straight. He could, of course, have hit runner, runner, spades. Who knows? Getting a little background noise there. That'll happen in a busy club. If you haven't visited TCH Austin, I strongly encourage you to do so. Always a lot of fun. Always a good game. Don't let this four-handed Omaha trick you. We had a little drama earlier. The game kind of cleared out after that. Some poker players consider it bad luck to continue playing in a game after any weird drama. But it was an action-packed great game before that, and the club is jumping tonight as it usually is. Everett's really struggling with his decision here with 3 aces. Surprised to see that fold, and I expect a bluff, and sure enough, oh man, pure bluff. I don't even know if he had a pair. I don't think he did. He had pocket kings. Wow, what a great bluff. Strong move there against Everett. We never did know his 4 cards. And gets Everett, who's been running hot and really hasn't made any mistakes tonight, off his hand. A lot of fun to watch those sorts of moves, especially four-handed. Tough to fold a set there. Surprised Everett did so when he hit that river, but that's what keeps the game fresh, what keeps the game fun. And here we go. All right, let's hear that chant. Mike J, Mike J. We want to see Youngblood build a stack. Everyone in the comments is saying flat call. They were expecting a call from Everett there. I think a lot of people are very surprised by that fold. Nick from Yuma says, how can you fold there? Just call. There's no more betting. Suggesting there's nothing to lose, but hey, you know, sometimes you get a feeling you think you're behind and you got to lay it down. All right, Mike J flops open-ended with 79. But William is definitely in the driver's seat. He flopped kings and 8s with a spade draw. He bets 20. Mike J calls, open-ended. Alrighty, that ought to wrap it up. William turns the full house. The nut full house, in fact. Time for Mike J to make a quiet exit. Wave the white flag, Mike. No, he calls, and this could be the start of a big mistake. Oh boy. In fact, just as I was saying, this could be the start of a big mistake as Mike rivers a straight. Insta calls $100. Mike's not going to like what he's about to see. And our hero takes a beat. He says immediately, I should have never called, and hate to agree with you, but I totally agree. Should not have called there. As soon as that board paired on the turn, should have said good night and moved on. It's the trouble with playing short stack Omaha. Sometimes you got to gamble where you ordinarily wouldn't because you're trying to build that stack. Mike picked a bad spot there. Hate to see it, really rooting for him. He's still got $47. There's a player in Houston that we call $100 Bill. His real name is Jason Duke, but Jason is known for turning small stacks into huge stacks. He always buys them $100 at a time. I've seen him cash out $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. I've seen him run $18 into $3,000 one time. Let's see a little. Let's get a little Jason $100 Bill run good on Mike here. I want to see him build that stack. Here he is with 10 Jack 8. He's got 3 straight cards with a 4 dangler. All right, pair of jacks with an ace stick. We got Everett in there with 9-10 Queen King. He's got Broadway cards, both of them do in fact. Allen's still ahead with pocket jacks, but Everett flops top pair and goes ahead and bets out. Allen calls. That turn doesn't change much. No one even picks up a diamond draw. Everett does have a straight draw. All right, River's at the end. River doesn't change a thing. Jacks are still good. Everett couldn't hit a second pair. He didn't hit a straight. Allen, congratulations. The kids are watching. Buy him something nice with that $81 you just won. That's another pot for Dad, kids. He's got no excuses. Get him on Amazon tonight. A few people in the comments are talking specifically to Mike Youngblood, saying, I like the gamble, but bad timing. They feel bad for Mike for sure. Someone said, oh, bad spot to call. Absolutely. Whenever that board pairs, it was too much of a bet on the turn for Mike to call. But, you know, he's trying to turn a small stack into a big stack, and sometimes you got to gamble a little bit. That river could not have come any worse. All right, we got Allen with kings here. No flush draws, but he flopped top set. And no one has a heart draw. So Allen's in great shape, 75%. In fact, he's close to a check mark now, almost 90%. Goes ahead and fires. $100. William insta-calls $100. He's got 2 pair, kings and deuces. No flush draw, no other draw at all, actually. The worst thing you could do is hit his hand in this instance. Fortunately for him, he doesn't do so. Allen's going to fire again. I suspect he's going to take down a pot. And he's got 3 kiddos watching at home, as Fireman Scott said earlier. They're all Fireman Scott fans. If he gets a call here, kiddos, I'm telling you, he better be taking you out for ice cream. There's no reason he should get a call here. Top and bottom is not a hand you want in Omaha when you're sitting on the river in a $500 pot. Expected an insta-fold from William, but he's really thinking it through, and he finally says, I think you have it this time. And I think Allen flashed him the kings. Oh, he flashed him king deuce. Makes him think they had the same hand. He'll watch the stream later and feel a lot better about that muck. Allen definitely could have value bet that a little bit, maybe a $100 bet, but considering how long it took from William, 100 may have been called.
One of the rare boards that there's no straight. Yeah, it's like, did he spike a set? Did he spike king 10 or something? Like top and bottom.
Again, that Razor brand face mask that Mike Youngblood is wearing, Razor is a brand actually owned by Wes Cutshaw of Houston, poker player of some renown, YouTube sensation. If you want to check out Razor brand clothing, all you got to do is Google it or Google Wes Cutshaw. You will find that brand very quickly. It's become really popular. I know he sells, I see his socks at the Houston club constantly. Players with shorts wearing long socks. To me, is kind of funny, but Wes has really kicked off something cool there with Razor brand. And as I said earlier, he's a pretty good guy. His two other websites support animals. He donates a lot to different animal-related causes, and in fact, his two websites help to find lost dogs and cats around the country. And he makes a living doing that. It's pretty impressive whenever a person can make a living doing what they're passionate about. Wes is passionate about animals, so. All right, we see Williams up $1,400. Allen's up $938. Mike J's down 41, and Everett appeared to be down, but I find that hard to believe with the stack he's got in front of him. In fact, our producer just waved at me. Those numbers are not right. We will get them updated shortly. All right, Allen with the Jack 9, 7-8, Jack 9 of hearts, 7-8 of clubs. Nice hand, particularly in a four-handed game. Everett calls with a 9-10 deuce 4, hoping to see some wheel cards. Neither hand flops much of anything. This might be a who's first to bet situation. Everett just holds $5 out over the line, and Allen says, whatever, take a pot. Definitely not the flop he was looking for. A lot of players are asking about the numbers that just came up. We apologize. There was apparently an error in terms of what the players are up and down. They're asking, what is Mike Youngblood really down? Ton of interest in Mike Youngblood. I love to see that. We'll get an update on those shortly, and we will let you know. Just a lot of players rooting for Mike. We got Kawaka saying Mike, Mike, Mike. Zach Outen saying Mike. LFG. That stands for Let's Freaking Go. At least something very similar to that. And just a lot of players asking, hey, where's Mike really at? Let's see him build that stack. Got Allen with Ace, King, Jack, Jack, Ace, Jack of clubs. We got Everett looking for some middle cards, 5, 5, 6, 3. Uh-oh. We got Everett flopping a club draw, Allen flopping the nut club draw with an overpaired jacks. Let's see. Got Mike J flopping the straight. Mike J flopping the straight. 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. All right, Everett fires out at it with the club draw. Bear club draw for $70. Allen calls 70, and it's time for Mike to make a move. Let's see if a hand can hold up one time. $133 in for Mike. Pot's now 342. Uh-oh, we got a call. Pot's now 405. And we get a call. All right, one-time dealer, put a blank out there. We would love to see the deuce of hearts. I know a commentator shouldn't be biased, but hey, Mike's a friend. He's a great guy. Big supporter of TCH, does a great job when he's commentating himself, and that hand holds up. Flops to straight, and it holds strong. Mike's going to get a pot. Ship it to the short stack. There you go. That'll give some of the commenters online something to root for. If you like that hand, go ahead and hit the like button. Mike J gets a pot. About $500 pot. Congrats to Mike. He's up a little bit. Takes good care of the dealer. He's a classy guy. And onward we go. From short stack to building it. We'd love to see Mike now with almost $500. He was really short earlier. A lot of fun. Like I said, we need a little $100 Jason run good on Mike. Got the $6 straddle out there. Let's see what happens.
Like the hand before the queen's hands, I got the stack.
All of Scott's Houston players. All right, we got Everett in there with 88.65, looking to hit a middle straight or a set. Williams still good with his queens, but that ace is scary. Queens, like kings, are often ace magnets. Nobody picks up much of anything on the turn, although Everett did make a straight draw. Straight doesn't come in. Those queens are still good. If they go check, check, Williams going to take a pot. And it looks like they did. I'm kind of surprised Everett didn't make a move. He's been pretty aggressive in the 10 seat, or I'm sorry, the 8 seat, but William will take it down.
You guys have 5 more minutes. You guys have probably 3 more.
Oh, and this is where Mike needs to.
All right. Here we go. The sticks is still on four-handed. That's fun to see. I thought maybe four-handed they would cut that back, but it's good to see. It's a nice action builder. Here comes Allen in there with 10-jack, 6-4. A lot of players really love that 10-jack, and hey, having 64 diamonds is always nice. Get some low wheel cards, and you'll be in good shape. Mike J's in there with 9s. He's got 3 spades in his hand, and Everett's in with 5s. Everett flops a set, as well as a flush draw. In this case, blockers come into play. A lot of Hold'em players at home watching this may not know what blockers are. What that means is that not only did he flop a set, but he's got 2 clubs in his hand, which blocks potential clubs for bigger flushes. But sure enough, even with the blockers in his hand, there's a club on the turn. We don't know Williams' cards. But Everett's going to continue with that set. And William calls $35. I'm going to put William, since he's just calling here, on either 2-pair or a mirror or a baby flush. Everett himself has what I would call a small flush in Omaha with 10 high flush, but they're only 4-handed. It's you know, certainly a lot stronger when only 4 players are sitting at the table. Never did see Williams' hand, but I'm betting possibly a smaller flush. Everett's got an 81% VPIP. That's very high. Our hero, Mike J's in at 50%. Allen's at 49%. And William at 29%. So really, most players would say that in an Omaha game, you want to be somewhere between, and I know people are going to argue this, but say 25 to 40%. William's the only one falling into those statistics, but that's really not surprising considering we have a straddle on and we're playing 4-handed. You're going to see a much wider range from the players. 4-handed game with a straddle, I think a 50+% VPIP or a 50% VPIP might be appropriate. A lot of times I know statistics, frankly, in this situation, 4-handed with a straddle, it's tough to say, you know, how often you should be putting money voluntarily into a pot. All right, Allen's got a nice looking hand. He's got king, king, ace, queen with the king, queen suited. Everett's got the 8s. Everett's hit a lot of sets tonight, but this isn't one of those times. I don't see any flush draws from anyone, but we're waiting to see what William has in his hand. He's got 10-10 jack king, so he flops top pair. Allen is still ahead with the kings. Kings and a flush draw, looking good. Allen fires out. $200 into a 316 pot, making a 516. Over around to Everett, who doesn't have even reason number 1 to stay in there with those 2 pair in his hand. Allen takes down another pot. There you go, kiddos. If you're still watching, Dad's doing all right. Earlier tonight, Fireman Scott was in the booth. He was telling us a little bit about Alan. They just met tonight, but apparently Alan's 3 children love to watch Fireman Scott's blog, so it's pretty cool that their dad got to play in a game tonight with him. It's unfortunate that Scott, he had a bad run of it and took off a little bit early. Would have liked to have seen him play the night out, but hey, sometimes in poker you run bad and just decide, hey, enough's enough. All right, $6 to Mike J. Let's see what Mr. Youngblood has. King 8, 6, 3. If that was a rainbow, it'd be about as bad a hand as one could possibly see. Even with that king suited, it's still pretty awful. Really some pretty awful hands here. It'll be interesting to see what happens. We got queens and 6s flopped by William. We got 9s and 6s flopped by Everett. He also picks up a flush draw. For being some pretty ugly pre-flop hands, this could get very interesting very quickly. I think I heard $80. Sure enough, I did. That's from Everett. He's got 9s and 6s with a flush draw. Alan calls. He turned the straight with a flush draw. Hearts. Liking that hand. He fired it up to 320. William. I believe William called 320. Called pretty quickly there with just kings and 6s. River comes a blank. Just makes Alan straight longer. Nobody flushes up. And for the kiddos watching at home, Dad's going to take down over $1,000 pot, $1,200 in that pot. And there you go. Like I say, kids, it's time to get on Amazon, find a couple of things you really like, and say, hey, Dad, we saw you had a great night tonight at the card house. Made $400 that hand.
And so he's like asking, he's like, why is Daddy folding so much? What is this? Why is he folding?
Uh-oh. Alan's getting razzed a little bit at the table. Everett saying, I bet your kids are watching at home and saying, why is Daddy folding so much? I don't know, Alan. I think they might be watching and saying, hey, look at Daddy's stacked row. All right, Everett raised to 8 with 225 with ace king 7-8, looking for some straight cards or some Broadway cards. Alan called with 10-9-8 deuce. Now flopped open-ended. Hasn't connected on anything yet. And Everett accurately announces, I had everything. Nut hearts, the stone cold nuts for the hand. Take it down, sir. For those keeping track, our buddy Mike J is up, I believe, $249. I think he only started with $200. He's more than doubled his stack. Let's go. We've still got quite a few folks joining the stream, viewing the stream. Feel free to hit that like button. It's been a lot of fun bringing this to you tonight, even as we've gotten short-handed here late. But certainly calling PLO is a very different skill set than Hold'em. I hope I've done justice to it. Alan here has the nut flush draw on the flop. Nobody has a queen, though. Everybody's a little scared, and we check to the turn. Let's see if anybody picked up a diamond draw. I don't think so. In fact, no one did. All right. Alan gets the check mark there with a pair of 6s, queens and 6s. He sort of jokingly announces he has a 6. He doesn't realize, nah, that's the best hand by a wide margin at this point. We're at the river, and you win, sir. Take it down. There you go, kids. Alan wins another one. Dad is doing all right. All right, we got 325 folks watching now. We're up to 83 likes. I just refreshed, and I got to admit, my likes were paused there for a while. Thank you to the 19 people who liked. In the meantime, I was unable to see it. I'm not sure what was going on there. YouTube was messing up. All right, Everett's in there. 22 to call. He's got 6, 7, 3, 10 double suited. William has a mystery hand. Allen has Queen 9, 8, 3 single suit with the Queen 3. Definitely looking for some middle of the road straight cards. Button steady flop to flush draw. Interested to see what William has here. Kawika Dayton just said, Allen buying all his chips, all his kids something. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I know the 3 kids are at home watching. They're big Fireman Scott fans. And like I keep saying, get on Amazon, kids. Find something you like. Daddy's winning. The board paired William announced a crappy flush, but that was plenty. That board pairing 3 flush cards out there. That is more than enough, especially 4-handed. Usually even a crappy flush is a good flush. And it's now 6 to Mike Youngblood. Let's see a hand. I want to see Mike take one down. 3, 3, 9, 6. I hope he puts that in the muck. He sure did. Everett, Ace, Jack, 5, Deuce. Looking for some wheel cards, looking for some Broadway cards, looking for some clubs. Williams, 7, 8, 10, ace. I'm kind of surprised to see a fold there, just 4-handed, but not saying it's the wrong play. I just know these guys have been, having a lot of fun and pushing the chips around. In case no one's noticed, Everett might not like this comment, but his stack has gone down considerably. He's lost about $900 in the last half hour. It's good to spread around the table, and our hero Mike Youngblood got a little bit of it. But, for the most part, Everett played a pretty strong game all night long. Here he is with ace, queen, queen, 7, double suited. That's a big hand, 4-handed. William wastes no time calling, though, with ace, jack, 9, 3. He's got a 3 dangler. He could hit some middle straight cards. He's got the ace, jack of clubs. And Allen's in there with a mystery hand. A lot of y'all might not like those mystery hands, but I kind of like them. It gives me a chance to guess at what's going on. But unfortunately, there we go. We now see the hand. Everett flops, top spade draw with a pair of queens and a straight draw, fires and takes down the pot. Mike Youngblood's joining me.
Yeah, here for the last 5 minutes. Okay, there's a couple of hands I absolutely hated myself on, but we finished shot like fairly strong. So I couldn't pay attention to the live chat. I didn't know if I was getting berated by every single person there. I assume so. Quite
the opposite, Mike. You have been highly supportive. We've all been rooting for you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Everybody wanted to see you make a big move.
I definitely kind of nutted up a little bit for a stretch there. But
yeah, I mean, at this point you're up $200 though. Everybody was thrilled. You got really short stack, like $40. And
yeah.
$400. Hey man,
I didn't want to go to the ATM machine and like get away from the table, so I was like, all right, fine, let's.
anytime you're down to $40 and you're back to 417,
Yeah.
it's not a bad,
Added on like another $100 just to kind of get back into the mix.
Uh-oh, here
a
we
little
go. Mike J flopping hearts with an ace. Nobody has a deuce in their hand. No one else
bit. I look
has
so
hearts.
confused.
I expect to see good things here. He fires $20. Everett says, this guy's been a tight ass. They both fold quickly.
Yep.
Mike J takes a pot.
Hell yeah. Cheer one for Mikey there. That's I finally I've been doing this show since the start of January. This is the first time I've ever actually gotten to be on it, so it was I thought it was going to be a little bit of different circumstances as far as like full table. Yeah, at that point I was yeah. I had to like add on a rebuy like twice, so it wasn't I was probably like even at this point or somewhere close to even by this point.
We got Mike J. He's off the
Yeah,
clock.
hey, Mike, you do talking.
He's doing a shot in the booth, and down it goes. Let's see how let's see how good the
now
commentary
this
gets
this is the fun hand, guys.
Mike J. Ace King suited. Queen 9, looking for some straight cards, looking for some spades. He's already announced this is the fun hand, so here we go. Off to the races. Everett with 7-7-4-3. He's looking for those middle cards or a set of sevens. No idea what Allen's doing, honestly. I'm just going to call it like it is. Deuce 3-3-4. William is looking for those.
Oh, look, William just happens to flop bottom set here.
Uh-oh. Bottom set and a flush draw. Mike J. fires right out $80. He says, I've got kings and queens. Bring it on.
We're four-handed. I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, yeah, I feel like I'm in a really awesome spot. And then I get to this point, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Uh-oh. If Aziz Ansari was here and he was looking at Williams' hand, he'd say, oh, no!
Oh,
Because
no!
Mike J just went crazy on him. Kings full of queens. Take it down, Mike J. Love to see it. $900 pot. Push to our hero. If you're in the chat, if you've been rooting for Mike, I want to hear some expletives. I want to see people typing things they don't usually type if kids are watching.
Does that qualify for the Yeti cooler of the night? Does that
Yeti cooler of the night, Mike J style? I want to see y'all get excited in those chats, and I want to see
love
some
you guys.
likes,
You guys
too.
are the best.
I want to see some likes too. We're at 88. We need 12 more to get to 100. And Nick from Yuma says, "Let's effing go."
Go.
I assume he meant freaking. Zach out
Flippin'.
says Bink
Meant
is
flippin'
right.
go.
Mike J is Mr. Bink. Kawika Dayton says, "Hell yeah, Mike."
Well, I appreciate the love here from TCH Live.
Gotta
but that
love
is I am so glad you guys stuck around and watched four-handed Pot Limit Omaha. I'm sitting there kind of going like, who really?
V for Vendetta says, "Woohoo!" We got Tay Lord saying, "Let's effing go again." We got Josh W. There you go, Mike.
Wow.
We got Das Hoos Mean saying, "Mikey." Everybody's rooting for Mike. Gotta love it.
Yeah. Again, we're on a 15-minute delay, so as soon as we cash out and take care of all that, it's like, all right, I got to go back here and talk to Major.
No. My favorite comment is Jay Henry, who says, "Wait, you left right after winning too?" Awesome.
That was the lucky seat of the night too. That was the lucky seat.
Gotta love the hit and run. Yeah, that was a lucky seat.
What was the people's reaction to the whole access to the table? Because I get there and it seems kind of like tense, and I'm just like, I was expecting this to kind of be like a 6, 7, 8-handed kind of cash game, and then all of a sudden I'm just roped right into it.
Everybody, all those guys from Houston, I play cards with them. I mean, literally, I play with that
Probably
group right
like every
there
day.
all the time. Yeah, we have Scott's game on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I play with them. We play PLO on Wednesdays. We play a round of each almost every day. It's a super cool group. I think most of them have grown up in the Houston scene, and when I say grown up, I mean in terms of their card game maturity. I don't think they're aware that typically if pre-flop you say run it twice, that means 2 full boards. That's in Houston. It's flop twice. I'll tell you right now, Joe C was not taking a shot there. I know that guy. He's not taking a shot.
Yeah.
He plays much bigger sometimes. This isn't a game that scares him. He's not trying to,
Not trying to
sneak
angle
away
shoot
with
or
a
anything.
little win.
It was just the thing that lost in translation.
Yeah, exactly. It got lost in translation. I hate to see the Houston players react the way they did.
The rivalry begins, Mike Major.
Yes.
Austin versus Houston. Let's do it.
Austin versus Houston, bring it on.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we are way behind on the poker. I think every time I've been here, Austin has beat up on Houston. I think it's time to take it to the golf course. Eric Peterson
Hey, I'll be there,
earlier.
man. I'll be there.
Perfect. I'm a decent golfer in my own right. Was one hell of a golfer in college. We got a guy named Bo, plays at the club regularly. He was a All-American, I think 3-time All-American at Alabama.
Okay, I can't compete with that.
No. Just we want this golf game set up ASAP. In fact, we'll take me and Bo and a third player against 4 players from Austin.
I would say get Will Armstrong, get Steamdale. Will Armstrong is probably like my first pick. So
the thing is about it is that I'm a little bit scared of.
At least he's in the draft, for sure. But
he's in the draft.
He's on my draft board as far as if we had to pick a foursome here for it. But we got to cut it off here, Mike Major. Dude, thanks for coming down. I did not expect today I would be playing on the stream, much less commentating or being a part of it. Thank you for Carolyn for adding another couple of hands. That way I could double off the net, who was very gracious in defeat.
Fantastic.
It was a dream come true. I was super psyched to finally actually be able to play on the table.
Super exciting to see you scoop a big pot there with only a couple of hands left. Loved it. I just Googled Austin professional golfers. There's been a lot of PGA pros come out of Austin. I'm hoping none of them play at Texas Card House after I said that 3 versus 4 thing. But, yeah.
We kicked all those guys out.
Good. I'm glad they were kicked out. That helps
Too
me
many
out
hustlers.
a whole lot. But, yeah, let's set up the Austin versus Houston TCH golf
Let's
scramble.
do it. We're going to figure this out.
That would be a blast. Ryan Crow, if you are listening, Austin versus Houston, TCH, let's get the golf game on. I am in 100%. Every player puts up 100. We're playing for an $800 prize pool.
Hit that like button before you go, guys.
Hit that like button. I think we're at like 90. I'm looking 91. I wanted to get to 100 today. It's hard to get to 100 on PLO. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It was a lot of fun. We got to see Mike J win. We got to see the legendary Houston player Fireman Scott play. Thank you again. Have a great night.
If they watched the last time he played, they probably would